What if I told you that the greatest story in Middle-earth isn't the War of the Ring? It is the age that came before it, an age that lasted more than 3,000 years. 3,000 years of kings and kingdoms, of forgotten heroes and ancient evils waiting patiently in the dark. It witnessed the fall of Sauron, the rise of Gondor, the glory of Khazad-dûm, the coming of the wizards, the finding of the One Ring, and, at last, the passing of the elves. Every kingdom, every great war, every legendary hero. Tonight, we shall walk through the entire history of the Third Age. But before we begin our journey, if you enjoy peaceful journeys through Tolkien's legendarium, I'd truly appreciate it if you left a like and subscribed to Nightfall Stories. It helps these stories reach fellow travelers who love Middle-earth as much as we do. And tell me in the comments, if you could spend just one day anywhere in the Third Age, where would you go? Lower the lights. Allow the fire to burn softly beside you. Set aside the worries of the day and let us journey back. More than 3,000 years to the dawn of the Third Age. For nearly 2 years after the fall of Sauron, peace seemed to settle across Middle-earth. The smoke above Mordor slowly faded. The vast host of the last alliance dispersed. Elves departed for their ancient realms. The surviving soldiers of Gondor returned to rebuild fields, walls, and homes left scarred by war. For the first time in many generations, mothers watched their sons return instead of marching away. The age had begun with hope. Isildur remained for a time in Gondor, though grief still weighed heavily upon him. Much of the realm looked to him with admiration. He had survived where kings had fallen. He had cut the ring from the hand of the Dark Lord himself. Many believed history would remember him as the greatest ruler since Elendil. Yet Isildur never intended to remain in the south forever. His heart belonged to the north, to Arnor, to Annúminas beside Lake Nanoil. There waited his wife, his younger son, Valandil, who had been too young to march to war, and a kingdom that had spent years without its king. At last, the time came to leave. His company was not large. Only a few hundred loyal Dunedain accompanied him. The veterans of the last alliance, men who had marched beside him across countless battlefields. The journey north would be long. Nearly 600 miles separated Minas Anor from the northern kingdom. Yet the road was considered safe. After all, Sauron had fallen. His armies were scattered. What danger remained? The company traveled at an unhurried pace. They crossed the rich lands of Gondor, where farmers had already returned to their fields. Autumn slowly spread across the countryside. The leaves of distant forests turned shades of gold and crimson. Clear rivers reflected the pale sky above. More than once, Isildur paused simply to watch the land. It had cost so much to preserve. Perhaps, he thought, the sacrifice had been worth it. Often during the evenings, while the campfires burned low, he took the ring from its small pouch. Few among his companions ever saw it. He rarely displayed it openly. Instead, he studied it in silence. Simple, perfectly smooth, without ornament. How could something so small have shaped the fate of kingdoms? Sometimes, when firelight touched its surface, faint glitters appeared upon the gold. Bright, burning, written in a tongue few living could read. Isildur had copied those strange markings onto a scroll before leaving Mordor, not because he feared the ring, because he wished to understand it. Knowledge had always been treasured among the Dunedain, yet the ring yielded few answers. It remained beautiful, silent, patient. The farther north they traveled, the quieter the roads became. The great highways of Gondor gave way to older paths winding through forests and gentle hills. Ancient watchtowers stood abandoned beside forgotten crossings. Many had been built during the long years of war. Now they waited empty beneath the changing seasons. Some evenings, Isildur climbed those towers alone. From their heights, he could see the endless wilderness stretching toward Arnor. How different the north seemed, less crowded, more open. A land where rivers wandered freely and forests covered the hills. It reminded him of his youth. His companions noticed another change as well. The king had become quieter. Not troubled, reflective. War often leaves such silence behind. Those who survive carry memories invisible to everyone else. Victory does not erase loss. Elendil was gone. Anarion was gone. Gil-galad had fallen. Thousands who had marched beneath the banners of the last alliance would never see their homes again. Isildur carried those memories with every mile. The ring remained hidden beneath his cloak. Yet sometimes, though he scarcely admitted it even to himself, he felt strangely comforted knowing it rested close by. Not because it offered power, because it felt important. A relic of history. A reminder that the greatest enemy of the age had been defeated. So he believed. The company eventually reached the broad valley of the Anduin. Here, the land became wilder. Dense woods stretched for miles along the western banks of the great river. Ancient trees blocked much of the sunlight, their branches intertwined high overhead, casting long shadows across the narrow road. Birdsong became less frequent. The wind seemed strangely still beneath the heavy canopy. Even the veterans who had survived Mordor found themselves speaking more quietly. There was nothing they could point to. No enemy, no movement among the trees. Only an uneasy feeling that unseen eyes watched from the darkness beyond the road. Isildur noticed it as well. He ordered the company to remain alert. Scouts rode farther ahead than before. Archers kept bows close at hand. Yet no danger revealed itself. The days passed peacefully, until they reached the place later remembered with sorrow, the Gladden Fields. Wide marshes stretched beside the Anduin. Tall reeds swayed gently in the autumn breeze. Shallow pools reflected drifting clouds. At first glance, it seemed almost beautiful. A place where herons hunted among quiet waters and mist rose each morning from the marsh. But beauty often conceals danger. Hidden among the reeds, another power had endured the downfall of Mordor. Scattered orcs, leaderless, driven into hiding after the defeat of Sauron. They had survived by avoiding the roads, waiting, watching. Now, as Isildur's company entered the narrow path between river and marsh, hundreds of unseen eyes followed their every movement. The Third Age had begun in peace. But peace, like morning mist upon the river, can vanish more quickly than anyone expects. Ahead lay an ambush that would change the history of Middle-earth forever. For before another sunrise, the One Ring would once again choose its own path. The reeds of the Gladden fields whispered softly in the autumn wind. Mist lay low upon the marshes. The Anduin flowed broad and cold beside the road, carrying fallen leaves southward upon its dark water. There was little in that quiet place to warn the Dunedain of what waited among the shadows. The attack came suddenly. Orc cries burst from the reeds. Black arrows flew from every side. The narrow path became chaos. Isildur's company formed ranks with the speed of veterans, shields locking together beneath the first deadly storm. They had survived Mordor. They had stood beneath the banners of the last alliance. They did not break easily, but they were outnumbered, and the marsh gave them little room to maneuver. The battle raged beside the river. Steel rang against crude iron. Men fell into the reeds. Orcs rushed from the darkness in wave after wave. Isildur fought with the fury of a king who had already lost too much. Beside him stood his sons, Elendor, Aratan, Kirion, princes of the Dunedain, heirs of a line that had survived the drowning of Numenor and the war against Sauron. Yet, even noble blood could not turn the tide. One by one, the defenders were overwhelmed. Elendor, wisest and most beloved of Isildur's sons, urged his father to flee, not from cowardice, from duty. For if Isildur died, the northern kingdom would be left leaderless, and the ring could not fall into orc hands. At last, Isildur obeyed. With grief heavier than any wound, he placed the ring upon his finger and vanished from sight. The orcs saw him disappear. Yet, the ring did not save him. It betrayed him. For as Isildur entered the cold waters of the Anduin, the ring slipped from his hand. The current took it. Arrows found him in the darkness. He fell beneath the waters. Thus died Isildur, king of Arnor and Gondor, son of Elendil, he who had cut the ring from Sauron's hand. The disaster was nearly complete. Most of his company perished. His sons were slain. Only a few escaped to carry the tale northward. The marshes grew silent again. Mist returned over the reeds. The Anduin continued flowing as though nothing had happened. And somewhere beneath its cold waters, the One Ring rested unseen, lost, waiting. This was the first great tragedy of the Third Age. Not because a king had died. Kings die in every age. It was tragic because a chance had been lost. The ring might have been destroyed. Sauron's return might have been prevented forever. Instead, the burden passed into secrecy. The wise did not know where it had gone. The heirs of Isildur mourned. The kingdoms of men endured, and the world slowly forgot. Years became decades. Decades became centuries. The Gladden fields returned to silence. Reeds grew above the place where warriors had fallen. Birds nested among the marshes. Fishermen passed near the banks without knowing what lay beneath the mud and water. But the ring was not dead. Nothing made by Sauron's will could truly sleep in innocence. It waited for the hand that would find it. And until that day came, the Third Age would unfold beneath the shadow of a treasure lost in the river. The death of Isildur marked more than the fall of a king. It marked the end of an age that had begun with such promise. The kingdoms of the Dúnedain endured, but they would never again possess the strength they had held in the years immediately after the last alliance. Word of the disaster traveled slowly. There were no swift messengers crossing Middle-earth. No towers carrying signals from hill to hill. The few survivors who escaped the Gladden fields wandered for many weary days before reaching safety. Their armor was broken, their banners lost. The tale they carried seemed almost impossible to believe. Isildur was dead. His sons had fallen beside him. The ring of Sauron had vanished. When the news finally reached Arnor, sorrow settled upon the northern kingdom. In Anúminas, the young Valandil inherited a crown he had never expected to wear so soon. He had remained in Rivendell during the War of the Last Alliance, too young to ride beside his father. Now he became King of Arnor, while still scarcely more than a youth. Elrond stood beside him during those difficult days, not merely as a lord of the elves, but as one who had known Isildur since childhood. He had watched the sons of Elendil grow into men. He had marched beside them in war. Now, another generation had begun. One shaped not by victory, but by loss. Far to the south, Gondor also mourned. The realm no longer had a high king. Instead, it would be ruled by the descendants of Anarion. Though Gondor remained mighty, the ancient unity between the northern and southern kingdoms had quietly come to an end. The heirs of Elendil still shared blood, but they no longer shared a throne. Few realized how greatly that single change would shape the centuries to come. Meanwhile, beneath the waters of the Anduin, the ring rested in darkness. The current slowly covered it with silt. Reeds grew above it. Fish swam through the quiet pools where Isildur had made his final stand. Years passed, then decades, then centuries. Empires changed. Kings were born and died. Children grew old without ever hearing the name of the place where the ring had been lost. The river remembered. No one else did. The wise searched for a time. Elrond hoped the ring might yet be recovered before another evil hand found it. Círdan watched the western shores with quiet concern. Even the elves of Lorien kept careful watch over the great river. Yet the Anduin revealed nothing. It guarded its secret well. Slowly, the search came to an end. Many began to believe that perhaps the ring had been carried out to sea. Others wondered whether it had sunk into some forgotten cavern beneath the riverbank. A few dared to hope that it had been lost forever. History would prove otherwise. For the ring possessed a will of its own. It did not think as men or elves think, yet it sought always to return to its master. If it could not reach Sauron, it would wait, patiently. Time meant little to something forged in the fires of Orodruin. 100 years passed like a season, 1,000 years like a long winter. It could wait. And so it did. As the centuries unfolded, Middle-earth slowly healed from the wounds of war. Forests reclaimed abandoned battlefields. Villages rose where armies had once marched. children played upon hills that had known only bloodshed. The memory of Sauron became less immediate. To many, he passed from terrifying reality into distant history. Among men, especially, memories faded quickly. The Third Age belonged to new generations now. They knew the stories of the last alliance only through songs and old chronicles. Few could imagine that the greatest danger left by that war still lay hidden beneath the waters of a quiet river. Yet, while the ring slept unseen, another change was beginning. In the White City of Gondor, new kings looked not toward war, but toward peace. Their realm stretched farther than it ever had before. Its armies were strong, its cities prosperous. Its people believed that the long years of darkness had finally passed. Indeed, the first centuries of the Third Age would become the greatest age in Gondor's history. Its banners would fly over lands never before ruled by the Dúnedain. Its wealth would astonish distant kingdoms. Its cities would shine like jewels beside the Anduin. For a little while, the hope born after Sauron's fall seemed fully justified. The golden age of Gondor had begun. While the ring lay hidden beneath the waters of the Anduin, the kingdoms of men looked toward a brighter future. The shadow of Mordor had passed. Barad-dûr stood empty. The armies of Sauron had scattered into the wild. For the first time in living memory, the white tree bloomed in a world at peace. Gondor entered an age unlike any it would know again. Its borders stretched farther than ever before. From the mouths of the Anduin to the distant southern coasts, the realm prospered beneath the rule of the kings. Trade flourished along the Great River. Merchant ships sailed from Peligor, carrying timber, grain, wine, and finely crafted steel. Roads were repaired, old bridges rebuilt. Watchtowers once raised for war now stood peacefully over lands that had grown quiet. Travelers crossed the kingdom without fear. The White City was not yet the capital. That honor belonged to Osgiliath. Built upon both banks of the Anduin, it was the greatest city of men remaining in Middle-earth. Magnificent bridges joined its eastern and western halves. Tall domes caught the morning light. Libraries filled with scrolls from Númenor preserved knowledge that had survived the downfall itself. Scholars journeyed from distant lands simply to study within its halls. Its markets welcomed merchants from every corner of the kingdom. The streets echoed with many languages. Dúnedain, Northmen, folk from the southern coasts, all found their place beneath the towers of Osgiliath. To walk through the city during those years was to believe that the strength of Númenor had truly been reborn. Farther west stood Minas Anor. Its white walls climbed the shoulders of Mount Mindalluin, gleaming beneath the sun. Though smaller than Osgiliath, it possessed a quiet dignity. Its towers watched over the plains of Pelennor. Its gardens climbed the mountain slopes. At sunrise, their white stone reflected the first light like polished marble. Across the river stood Minas Ithil, the Tower of the Moon. Fair and graceful, it guarded the eastern approaches to Gondor. Moonlight often shone upon its silver walls, giving the city an almost dreamlike beauty. Few places in Middle-earth were considered lovelier. The three cities together formed the heart of the kingdom. Osgiliath, Minas Anor, Minas Ithil, each different, each magnificent. Beyond the great cities, life flourished in quieter ways. Farmers worked the rich fields of Lossarnach. Vineyards spread across the hills of Lebanon. Fishing villages lined the southern coasts. Children grew up hearing stories of Sauron as something belonging to another age. The scars of war slowly disappeared beneath harvests and peaceful seasons. Even the forests seemed healthier. Birdsong returned where once armies had marched. The roads became safe enough that merchants often traveled with little more than a handful of guards. Such prosperity did not come by chance. The kings of Gondor ruled with wisdom inherited from Númenor. They valued learning as much as strength. Messengers carried news across the realm. Judges traveled the countryside to settle disputes. Great stone roads connected distant provinces, allowing goods and people to move freely between them. The kingdom became not merely powerful, but orderly. To many, Gondor appeared destined to endure forever. Yet Elrond often reminded those who visited Rivendell that no kingdom, however mighty, escapes the passage of time. Stone weathers, forests change. Even the greatest cities slowly become different from those who first built them. He did not speak these words as prophecy, only as wisdom gathered through long years. For he had seen Beleriand vanish beneath the sea. He had watched Númenor sink beneath the waves. Compared to such losses, even Gondor's glory seemed fragile. Still, during those early centuries, few listened to such quiet reflections. Why should they? The kingdom had never been stronger. Its armies were respected across Middle-earth. Its people lived in peace. Its enemies had vanished. The future seemed bright beyond measure. And perhaps that is why these years feel so precious when remembered today. For those who lived within them did not know they stood at the highest point of Gondor's long history. Every golden age passes unnoticed while it is being lived. Only later do people realize they had been walking through history's brightest days. Far to the north, Arnor also continued to prosper beneath the descendants of Isildur. Though smaller in population than Gondor, it remained a land of green fields, quiet villages, and ancient roads stretching across Eriador. The kingdoms of Elendil had survived, separated by distance, united by memory. And for a little while longer, the peace won by the last alliance still endured. While Gondor flourished beneath the warm sun of the south, another kingdom quietly prospered far beyond the misty mountains. It was a different land, gentler, greener. Its people did not build towering cities beside great rivers. Instead, Arnor spread across the rolling hills, quiet forests, and broad plains of Eriador. To many, it felt less like an empire and more like a homeland. It had been founded by Elendil after the downfall of Númenor. Here, beside the waters of Lake Nenúil, he had built a Númenus, the city of the west. Though never as vast as Osgiliath, it possessed a beauty all its own. White stone reflected upon the still waters of the lake. Graceful towers rose above quiet gardens. Long avenues of trees led toward the royal halls. In spring, flowers covered the surrounding meadows. The air carried the scent of pine, drifting down from the northern highlands. It was a city built not for conquest, but for peace. After Isildur's death, his youngest son, Valandil, ruled wisely from Anúminas. Under his descendants, Arnor entered centuries of remarkable stability. The kingdom possessed neither the vast armies nor the wealth of Gondor. It needed neither. Its greatest strength was space. Wide forests stretched between peaceful villages. Ancient roads crossed the countryside. linking settlements separated by gentle hills and clear rivers. Travelers often remarked that nowhere else in Middle-earth felt so open. The Great East Road connected the Grey Havens with Rivendell and the distant lands beyond the Misty Mountains. Merchants traveled its length carrying wool, grain, wine, crafted tools, and fine cloth. At roadside inns, strangers from many lands shared stories beside warm fires. The Greenway stretched southward, linking Arnor with Gondor across hundreds of miles. Messengers, rangers, merchants, and pilgrims all walked these ancient roads. Few feared attack. The long peace still endured. Elrond often journeyed through Arnor during those early centuries. He visited a royal court. He walked the quiet roads. He rested beneath ancient oaks that shaded travelers from the summer sun. Unlike Gondor, whose greatness was displayed through towering cities and mighty fortresses, Arnor possessed a quieter dignity. Its beauty revealed itself slowly. Morning mist drifting across green fields, stone bridges arching over gentle streams. Small villages where smoke rose peacefully from chimneys at sunset. Perhaps that was why Elrond loved the North so dearly. It reminded him that greatness is not always measured by walls or armies. Sometimes it is found in peaceful lives, lived far from the noise of history. The forests of Arnor remained vast. Some had stood since the earliest years of the Second Age. Others reached even further back into memory. Hunters moved beneath towering beeches. Deer grazed in quiet clearings. Birdsong filled the woods from dawn until dusk. The land itself seemed content. Even the weather possessed a gentler character than the harsher climates beyond the mountains. Rain nourished the fields. Snow came lightly during winter. Spring always returned with remarkable beauty. Children growing up in Arnor knew little of war. They played among old ruins left from forgotten settlements. They climbed weathered watchtowers without understanding why they had once been built. To them, orcs belonged to old tales. Sauron seemed no more real than the dragons described in bedtime stories. Such is often the blessing of long peace. It allows one generation to forget the fears of the previous one. Yet, beneath that peaceful surface, quiet changes were already beginning. The royal family of Arnor continued to grow. With every passing generation, more heirs were born. More branches appeared upon the family tree. What once had been a single household slowly became many. No one imagined that such prosperity might one day become dangerous. After all, more heirs meant greater security. Or so it seemed. History, however, often teaches the opposite. Kingdoms are rarely destroyed at the height of their strength. More often, they begin to weaken through divisions that appear harmless at first. A disagreement between brothers. A question of succession, a border drawn upon a map. Such things seem small in their beginning. Only centuries later does one realize they marked the first cracks in a kingdom's foundation. As the sun set over Lake Meneliel, its waters reflected the white towers of Annúminas in perfect stillness. No shadow yet darkened the northern kingdom. No enemy gathered beyond its borders. The people of Arnor looked toward the future with confidence. They believed their peace would last forever. But time is patient. And even the fairest kingdoms cannot escape its quiet hand. In years yet to come, the single crown of Arnor would be divided. Brother would rule beside brother. One kingdom would become three. And from that division, the first true shadows of the North would begin to emerge. Nearly 8 centuries passed before the first great wound appeared in the Northern Kingdom. To those living through those peaceful generations, change came so slowly that it was almost impossible to notice. Kings succeeded their fathers. Harvests came and went. Children grew into parents, and parents into grandparents. The white tree of Gondor continued to bloom in the south. Annúminas still stood proudly beside Lake Nanuio. It seemed that the heirs of Elendil had built a realm that time itself could not diminish. But time is patient. Even the strongest oak begins with the smallest crack. The trouble did not come from orcs, nor from Sauron, nor from any enemy beyond Arnor's borders. It came from within. The line of Isildur had grown large. Generation after generation, more sons were born into the royal house. For centuries, this had been a blessing. A strong family meant stability. Many princes ensured that the blood of Elendil would endure. Yet blessings, if not guided by wisdom, can quietly become burdens. When King Erendur died in the year 861 of the Third Age, he left behind 3 sons. Each was noble. Each possessed loyal followers. Each believed he had the right to rule. For a time, many hoped the brothers would govern together. Instead, they divided the kingdom. Not through hatred, not at first. They simply believed that each realm could prosper under its own king. Thus, Arnor, the great northern kingdom, founded by Elendil himself, came to an end. In its place arose 3 smaller realms. To the west lay Arthedain. It inherited Annúminas, though before long, its kings would make foremost upon the North Downs their chief city. Arthedain also preserved the direct line of Isildur. Its rulers regarded themselves as the true high kings of the north. To the east stood Rudor, a rugged land of hills and forests stretching toward the misty mountains. Its people were fewer, and over time, many who were not of Númenorian blood settled there. South of Arthedain lay Cardolan, a fertile realm of green hills, quiet rivers, and ancient woodlands. It guarded much of the Great Road and the Weather Hills, where the Tower of Amon Sol still watched over the Oakey lands. Each kingdom possessed proud cities, wise lords, brave soldiers. At first, little seemed different. The roads remained open. Merchants continued their journeys. Families crossed the new borders without concern. Many believed that the division would strengthen the north rather than weaken it. 3 kingdoms, they said, could defend one another more easily than one. It sounded reasonable. History often begins its greatest tragedies with reasonable decisions. Elrond watched these events unfold from Rivendell with quiet concern. He had seen kingdoms divided before. He knew that blood alone does not preserve unity. Trust does, and trust, once divided, is difficult to restore. The years passed. Small disagreements appeared, questions over borders, ancient claims to forgotten lands, disputes concerning taxes upon merchants traveling the Great East Road. Nothing worthy of war, nothing that seemed impossible to settle. Yet each disagreement left a small scar. The brothers who had once hunted together now ruled from separate courts. Their children grew up knowing one another less well than their fathers had. Distance slowly became suspicion. Suspicion became rivalry. Rivalry became resentment. No great battle announced the decline of Arnor. There was no single day upon which people declared that the kingdom had begun to fail. Instead, the decline unfolded quietly, like frost spreading across a window during the night, so slowly that only years later did anyone realize how much had changed. The people themselves noticed little. Farmers still tended their fields. Shepherds guided their flocks across green hills. Travelers still rested beside the same roadside inns. The forests remained peaceful. The rivers flowed as they always had. Life continued. That was the greatest illusion. For kingdoms rarely collapse because ordinary life suddenly ends. They weaken while ordinary life appears unchanged. Far beyond the northern borders, hidden among cold and empty lands, another presence stirred. It had watched the heirs of Elendil divide themselves. It had watched old friendships weaken. It had waited with a patience learned from its master. No armies marched, no banners flew, only a silent will searching for the perfect moment. The people of Arnor believed their greatest danger had passed centuries earlier with the fall of Sauron. They did not yet understand that evil often returns only after hope has become comfortable. And in the distant years ahead, a new kingdom would rise in the north. Not a kingdom of men, but one built upon fear. Its ruler would wear no crown of silver. His throne would stand beneath no sunlight. History would remember him by a single name: the Witch King of Angmar. For many years after the division of Arnor, the three kingdoms endured. Arthedain remained the strongest. Its king still claimed the title once held by Elendil, believing themselves the rightful rulers of all the north. Cardolan prospered among its gentle hills and fertile lands. Rudodor watched over the eastern marches beneath the shadow of the Misty Mountains. To an outside traveler, little appeared amiss. The roads were still open. Markets remained busy. The watchtowers of Amon Sul continued to stand proudly above the weather hills, their beacon visible for many miles across Eriador. Yet beneath that appearance of peace, the strength of the north was slowly fading. Each kingdom now maintained its own army, its own treasury, its own ambitions. When danger threatened one border, the others did not always answer with the same urgency. The unity that had once defined Arnor became only a memory preserved in old songs. Far beyond the northern hills, where cold winds swept across barren moors, another power had begun to awaken. Its coming was quiet. No great armies marched. No cities were razed overnight. Instead, rumors spread first. Travelers spoke of strange movements in the distant north. Hunters returned, claiming they had seen dark banners where no settlements had ever stood. Small villages disappeared without explanation. At first, these tales were dismissed. The wilderness had always been dangerous. Yet the stories continued. Year after year, they became harder to ignore. Then, in the year 1300 of the Third Age, the truth could no longer be denied. A new realm had arisen. It was called Angmar. Little was known of its ruler. Some believed he was a mighty king of men. Others whispered that he was a sorcerer from forgotten lands beyond the mountains. A few among the wise feared something far older. They were correct. The Lord of Angmar was no mortal king. He was the greatest of the Nazgul, the Witch King. Sauron's most terrible servant. Though Sauron himself had not yet openly returned, his shadow had begun to stretch across Middle-earth once again. The Witch King had come north with a single purpose: not to conquer all of Eriador, not to seek glory, but to destroy forever the kingdom founded by Isildur. Patiently, he began his work. He did not launch a great invasion. He understood that kingdoms often destroy themselves more effectively than any army could. So he fed the rivalries already dividing the north. Rhudaur fell first. Its ancient line of Dúnedain weakened with passing generations. Hillmen loyal to Angmar gained influence within the kingdom. The rightful rulers disappeared. Some were slain, others fled. Before long, Rhudaur had become little more than a servant of the Witch King. Its soldiers no longer defended Arnor. They marched beside Angmar. The fall of Rhudaur shocked both Arthedain and Cardolan. For the first time since the kingdom had been divided, the danger became impossible to ignore. Messengers rode desperately between the courts. Old disagreements were set aside, ancient alliances renewed, yet precious time had already been lost. The enemy had gained a foothold, and the Witch King remained patient. He had waited centuries. He could wait a little longer. Elrond watched these events with growing sorrow. From Rivendell, he had seen the first cracks appear in Arnor generations before. Now those cracks had widened into wombs. The rangers passed more frequently through the hidden valley. Their reports grew darker with every season. Burned villages, abandoned farms, roads no longer safe after sunset. The peaceful north that Elrond had known in his youth was beginning to change. Still, hope had not entirely vanished. Arthedain remained strong. Cardolan still resisted. The Tower of Amun's Soul continued to stand as a symbol of the Old Kingdom's endurance. The Dúnedain had not forgotten who they were. They were the heirs of Elendil, the descendants of Númenor. They would not surrender their lands without a fight. Yet the Witch King understood something his enemies did not. Victory does not always belong to the stronger army. Sometimes it belongs to the one willing to wait the longest. And no servant of Sauron had ever possessed greater patience than the Lord of Angmar. The long war for the North was about to begin. The war with Angmar did not begin with one great battle. It began with silence. A lonely farm abandoned before winter. A merchant caravan that never reached its destination. A watchtower whose beacon failed to burn one autumn evening. The people of Arthedain noticed these things one by one. Each seemed unfortunate. None appeared extraordinary. Yet together they formed the first signs of a kingdom slowly being surrounded. The Witch King understood that fear travels faster than armies. He did not seek glorious victories. He sought uncertainty. He wanted every traveler to wonder whether the next bend in the road concealed an ambush. He wanted every village to question whether help would arrive before darkness fell. Soon, the northern roads grew quieter. Merchants traveled only in larger companies. Farmers abandoned isolated homesteads, gathering instead behind the protection of towns and fortified villages. The wilderness slowly reclaimed fields that had been cultivated for generations. The rangers of the north rode farther than ever before. They became the unseen guardians of Arnor. Often they spent weeks without returning home, They slept beneath ancient trees, crossed swollen rivers, followed the tracks of orcs through forgotten valleys. Most of those they protected never learned their names. That was the burden of the Dúnedain, to defend a people who scarcely knew they were being defended. King Argaleb of Arthedain recognized the danger before many others. He declared himself the rightful ruler of all the lands that had once belonged to Arnor. It was not an act of pride. It was an attempt to restore what had been lost. If the kingdoms remained divided, Angmar would defeat them one by one. Only unity offered hope. Cardalong answered his call. Its lords understood that the old rivalries no longer mattered. The true enemy stood beyond their northern border. Rudor did not answer. Its rulers had already fallen under the influence of Angmar. Its warriors now marched beside orcs and evil men. Brother fought against brother. The tragedy that Elrond had feared for centuries had finally come to pass. The descendants of Elendil now faced one another across the battlefield. The first great clashes were fought among the rolling hills east of the Weather Hills. There were no mighty fortresses, no vast cities to besiege, only wind-swept ridges, forests, rivers, and lonely roads. Battles were often brief and brutal. An orc host would emerge from the northern wilderness. The Dúnedain would meet them upon some forgotten hill. By sunset, the field would be empty once more, save for the fallen. Neither side gained a lasting advantage. The war became one of endurance, year after year, season after season. The people of Arthedain slowly adapted to this new way of life. Children who had never known peace grew into adulthood carrying swords. Village blacksmiths forged as many spearheads as plowshares. Watchmen remained upon the walls through every night. The carefree confidence of earlier centuries quietly disappeared, yet courage remained. If anything, hardship strengthened the northern kingdom. The Dúnedain remembered who they were. They were the heirs of Númenor. The blood of Elendil still flowed through their veins. Even as their numbers slowly diminished, they refused to abandon the lands entrusted to their care. In Rivendell, Elrond welcomed an increasing number of weary travelers. Some came seeking healing after battle. Others sought counsel. Many simply needed rest. The last homely house became more important than ever. It stood not only as a refuge, but as a reminder that hope still survived in the north. Often, Elrond would stand upon one of Rivendell's eastern terraces as evening settled across the valley. Beyond the distant hills lay Arthedain. Though hidden from sight, he knew that somewhere beyond the horizon, rangers kept their lonely watch beneath the stars. He admired them greatly. They asked for no reward, expected no songs. They protected a kingdom that the world had already begun to forget, and still they endured. But even the bravest hearts cannot fight forever without loss. Far to the south, another shadow was beginning to gather. One not born from war, but from sickness. A plague unlike anything Middle-earth had seen before. Before the Witch King's work was finished, another enemy would strike both north and south alike. One that neither courage nor the strongest walls could easily withstand. As the long war against Angmar continued in the north, another danger slowly approached Middle-earth. It came without banners, without swords, without the sound of marching armies. No watchtower could see it from afar. No king could ride out to meet it upon the battlefield. It arrived quietly, upon merchant ships, along well-traveled roads, through bustling markets where strangers greeted one another without fear. History remembers it simply as the Great Plague. To those who lived through it, it must have seemed as though the world itself had turned against them. The first reports came from the south, in distant lands beyond the borders of Gondor. Entire settlements fell silent. Travelers carried unsettling stories northward. Villages where no smoke rose from the chimneys. Harbors where ships drifted empty against their moorings. Roads abandoned by merchants who had once traveled them every season. At first, few believed such tales. The kingdoms of the Dúdain had endured war, famine, and harsh winters. Surely this, too, would pass. But the sickness continued its slow journey north. No army could stop it. No fortress could keep it outside its walls. Every road that carried trade also carried the unseen enemy. When the plague reached Gondor, the kingdom faced a trial unlike any in its history. The bustling streets of Osgiliath grew strangely quiet. Markets emptied, homes closed their doors. The sound of daily life faded beneath an uneasy silence. Physicians worked without rest. Healers gathered herbs from the hills of LOTR. The wise searched old records, hoping forgotten knowledge might offer some remedy. Yet little could be done. The sickness spread from house to house, from village to village. Families who had survived generations of war suddenly found themselves powerless before an enemy they could neither see nor fight. The white tree still stood within the courts of the kings. The towers of Minas Anor still gleamed beneath the sun. But beneath that familiar beauty, grief settled across the land. Many of Gondor's greatest cities lost countless inhabitants. Even mighty Osgiliath, once the proud heart of the kingdom, never fully recovered from the blow. Its broad streets became quieter. Its grand halls echoed where once they had been filled with voices. The plague reached the north as well. Arthedain, Cardolan, even the hidden valleys and scattered villages of Eriador felt its touch. The rangers continued their watch, despite the danger. Often they rode not to battle orcs, but to carry medicine, food, or news between isolated communities. Their duty had changed. The enemy was no longer an army. It was despair itself. Elrond opened the halls of Rivendell to any who sought healing. The last homely house had long been known as a refuge for the weary. Now it became a sanctuary during one of the darkest seasons of the age. The skill of the elves eased many burdens. Some who arrived broken in body recovered beneath Elrond's care. Others found only peace in their final days. Even the greatest healers could not overcome every sorrow. Outside the valley, the forests seemed strangely still. Roads that had once welcomed merchants now lay nearly empty. Many inns closed for lack of travelers. Bridges crossed rivers without hearing the sound of horses for weeks at a time. The world itself appeared quieter, not because peace had returned, but because so many voices had been lost. Yet even in those difficult years, kindness endured. Neighbors cared for one another. Strangers shared what little food remained. Strangers escorted frightened families through dangerous lands without asking for reward. The elves of Rivendell and Lindon welcomed those who needed shelter. The dwarves opened their halls to trusted friends. Middle-earth suffered greatly, but it did not lose its compassion. Slowly, almost imperceptibly, the plague began to fade. not because anyone had conquered it, simply because its terrible course had finally run its way. The marketplaces reopened, children returned to the roads. Fields once left untended were planted again. Life, as it so often does, quietly continued. But the scars remained. Entire bloodlines had vanished. Villages stood abandoned. Some ancient houses of the Dúdain disappeared forever, and in Cardolan, where the sickness had been especially cruel, many settlements never rose again. The Great Plague changed Middle-earth in ways that no battle ever could. It weakened kingdoms without destroying their walls. It emptied cities without laying siege to them. And perhaps most importantly, it left the free peoples exhausted. The Witch King had watched all of this from the north. He had not caused the plague. He had not needed to. He simply waited, patiently, for he understood that a weary kingdom is far easier to conquer than a strong one. And as Middle-earth mourned those it had lost, Angmar prepared for war once more. The Great Plague eventually passed. The roads slowly filled once more. Fields that had stood empty were planted again. Children returned to villages where only silence had lingered a few years before. From a distance, it seemed that Middle-earth had begun to heal. Yet, healing is not the same as recovery. The kingdoms of the north had survived, but they were no longer as they had been. Arthedain had lost many of its finest soldiers. Its villages struggled to replace those who had perished. Rudor remained firmly beneath the influence of Angmar, its ancient line of Dúnedain all but extinguished. Cardolan suffered most of all. Before the plague, it had been a fair and fertile realm. Its rolling hills stretched south of the Weather Hills toward the forests that would one day shelter the Shire. Quiet rivers crossed rich farmland. Stone villages rested beneath gentle slopes. The great road carried merchants through its heart. Now, many of those villages stood empty. Fields returned to wilderness. Stone walls crumbled where no hands remained to repair them. Nature reclaimed the land with remarkable patience. The Witch King had waited many years for such weakness. He understood that kingdoms rarely fall in their greatest strength. They fall after long exhaustion, when hope has become fragile, when every victory costs more than it once did. His armies crossed the northern borders once again. This time, they met far less resistance. Cardolan still possessed brave warriors. Its lords had not forgotten their Númenórean heritage. They gathered what forces remained and marched north to defend their homeland. But courage alone could not replace the thousands already lost to plague and war. Battle after battle forced the defenders farther south. Ancient fortifications that had guarded the realm for centuries fell one after another. The towers upon lonely hills were abandoned. Watchfires ceased to burn. Roads once filled with travelers became dangerous even by daylight. The greatest sorrow came at the Barrow Downs. Long before these hills became places of fear, they had served as the resting place of the kings of Cardolan. Great stone mounds crowned the rolling landscape. Within them lay generations of rulers, each buried with honor beneath carved stone and ancient treasures. For centuries, the Barrow Downs had remained peaceful. Even during war, few dared disturb them. The Witch King changed that. Dark spirits entered the ancient tombs. Places once devoted to memory became places of dread. The resting places of noble kings were corrupted. Travelers began avoiding the hills entirely. Stories spread of pale lights, moving among the mounds after sunset, of cold voices carried upon the wind, of unseen watchers waiting in the darkness. The Barrow Downs would never again be places of peace. Their transformation became one of the Witch King's cruelest victories. He had not merely conquered land, he had poisoned memory itself. Elrond mourned deeply when the news reached Rivendell. He remembered the kings buried beneath those hills. He had spoken with some of them beneath bright summer skies. Now, their resting places belonged to shadows. It was a reminder that evil seeks not only to destroy the living, but also to corrupt the past. With Cardolan broken, only Arthedain remained, the last true kingdom of the North. Its people understood what this meant. There would be no more retreat. No neighboring realm would come to their aid. If Arthedain fell, the kingdom of Arnor would finally disappear from Middle-earth. Yet the Dunedain did not surrender. Behind the walls of Fornost, hope still endured. The Rangers continued their lonely patrols across empty roads. The watchtower of Amon Sul had long since fallen. Cardolan had become a memory. Rudawar served the enemy. But the heirs of Isildur still lived, and as long as they endured, the North had not yet been conquered. The Witch King knew this as well. His greatest victory still lay ahead, the final destruction of Arnor, a war that would echo through Middle-earth for centuries to come. By the middle of the Third Age, little remained of the once great kingdom of Arnor. The three realms that had replaced it no longer stood together. Rhudaur had long since fallen into darkness. Cardolan had become a land of abandoned villages and haunted barrows. Only Arthedain endured. Its capital, Fornost, rose upon the North Downs, overlooking the green lands that still remained under the protection of the Dunedain. Though smaller than the cities of old, Fornost possessed quiet strength. Its walls were built of pale stone. Its towers watched over the Great North Road. Within its halls lived the last kings who could trace their blood directly to Isildur. The people understood what that lineage meant. They were no longer defending merely a kingdom. They were defending a legacy. Outside their borders, Angmar gathered its strength. The Witch King had waited for centuries. He had watched kingdoms divide. He had watched plague weaken them. He had watched old alliances crumble. Now, at last, he judged the time had come. His armies marched south. Orcs descended from the northern mountains. Illmen, loyal to Angmar, followed behind them. Dark banners appeared across valleys that had known peace for generations. The Rangers rode tirelessly between scattered settlements, warning villages to flee before the enemy arrived. Many refused to leave. Their families had lived upon those lands for centuries. They believed the walls of Fornost would protect them. Others gathered what they could carry and disappeared into the forests, hoping to survive until the storm had passed. The first battles were desperate. The Dunedain fought with remarkable courage. Though greatly outnumbered, they knew every hill, every stream, every ancient road. Again and again, they slowed the advance of Angmar. But every victory cost lives that could not easily be replaced. The Dunedain were no longer a great people. They had become a remnant. Each fallen ranger represented generations of wisdom lost forever. The war lasted many years. Fornost remained unconquered longer than the Witch King expected. Its walls resisted every assault. Its people endured hunger, cold, and constant fear. Yet no fortress can stand forever without hope of relief. At last, in the year 1974 of the Third Age, the final assault began. The armies of Angmar surrounded Fornost. The defenders fought from tower to tower, street to street, house to house. The city that had stood for centuries beneath the banners of the kings slowly disappeared beneath smoke. King Arvedui, the last king of Arthedain, escaped before the city fell. Not because he wished to abandon his people, because the line of Isildur had to survive. As long as the king still lived, hope remained. Behind him, Fornost was lost. The Witch King entered the city in triumph. The last kingdom of Arnor had fallen. The northern realm founded by Elendil nearly 2,000 years earlier had finally come to an end. Yet the victory was not complete. Arvedui fled north with a handful of loyal companions. Winter had already descended upon the lands of Forachel. Snow covered the wilderness. The winds blowing from the frozen sea carried a bitter cold unlike anything found farther south. There, among the icy shores, lived the Lusith, a hardy people who survived where few others could. They found the exhausted king and offered him shelter. They urged him to remain until spring. They warned him that the sea was treacherous, that no ship should sail those frozen waters during winter. But Arvedui feared capture. When a ship from Gondor finally reached the northern coast, he chose to leave. The Lossoth pleaded with him to wait. They understood the sea better than any king. Arvedui thanked them for their kindness. Then he boarded the ship. It sailed into the icy waters. Soon a great storm rose from the north. The waves crashed against the vessel with terrible force. Snow blinded the sailors. The wind drove the ship toward the frozen ice. By morning, both king and ship had vanished. With Arvedui died the last king of Arnor. The crown of the north was lost. The royal line, however, endured, for Arvedui had left behind a son, Aranarth. He did not claim the title of king. There was no kingdom left to rule. Instead, he became the first chieftain of the Dúnedain. His people abandoned the cities. They became wanderers, guardians without a throne, kings without a kingdom. For nearly 1,000 years, they would protect the lands of Eriador in silence. Few would know they still existed. Travelers would pass them upon lonely roads without realizing that the heirs of Isildur still watched over the north. The kingdom had fallen, but the bloodline had survived. And one day, many centuries later, a ranger named Aragorn would inherit that forgotten legacy. Winter slowly loosened its grip upon the northern lands. The snow that had covered the hills of Arthedain melted into quiet streams, carrying with it the last traces of a kingdom that had already passed into history. The banners of Arnor no longer flew above its cities. Fornost had fallen. Its gates stood broken. Its halls were silent. Only the wind wandered through its empty streets, as though searching for voices that would never return. For a brief time, it seemed that the Witch King had achieved everything he had desired. The northern kingdom founded by Elendil was gone. The heirs of Isildur had scattered into the wilderness. The roads of Eriador belonged to fear once more. Yet, victory can sometimes arrive just after hope appears lost. Far to the south, the news of Arnor's fall had finally reached Gondor. Though centuries had passed Since Elendil ruled both kingdoms, the bond between North and South had never been entirely forgotten. The kings of Gondor still remembered where their people had come from. They remembered Anúminas. They remembered Elendil. They remembered the blood that both kingdoms still shared. King Eärnil II wasted little time. He entrusted the command of the northern expedition to his son, Prince Eärnur, a warrior already renowned for both courage and skill upon the battlefield. Strong ships departed from the southern ports. Their white sails caught the sea winds as they crossed the Bay of Belfalas and sailed north along the western coast of Middle-earth. Weeks later, they entered the Grey Havens. There, another ally awaited them. Círdan the shipwright had watched these shores for longer than any king could remember. He had seen Númenor rise. He had watched it fall beneath the sea. He had witnessed the founding of Arnor itself. Now he welcomed the soldiers of Gondor with quiet gratitude. For this was not merely another war. It was the final chance to preserve the legacy of Elendil. Messengers rode swiftly eastward. One reached Rivendell. Elrond already knew why it had come. He had long expected this day. The House of Elrond had sheltered the heirs of Isildur for generations. It could not remain silent while the last kingdom of the Dúnedain disappeared. Riders departed the hidden valley. Among them rode one whose name had become legend long before the Third Age had begun, Glorfindel. Few in Middle-earth possessed such a history. He had fought during the Elder Days. He had fallen defending refugees from Gondolin. He had returned from the Blessed Realm by the grace of the Valar. Now, once again, he rode to war. His golden hair shone beneath the spring sunlight. His white horse moved with effortless grace. Those who rode beside him often said that hope itself seemed stronger wherever Glorfindel passed. The armies gathered west of the North Downs. For the first time in many generations, soldiers from Gondor marched beside elves from Lindon and Rivendell. Scattered companies of the Dúnedain emerged from the wild as well. The rangers, who had spent years fighting unseen battles upon lonely roads, now stood openly beside their allies. They possessed no shining cities, no royal banners, yet their determination had not faded. The blood of Númenor still endured. Across the fields before Fornost, another army waited. The Witch King had grown confident after the fall of Arnor. His orcs filled the hills. Dark banners snapped in the cold wind. Hillmen from Rudor stood among them, armed with spears and axes. From a distance, the host appeared endless, yet appearances can deceive. For unlike previous battles, Angmar no longer faced divided kingdoms. Before them stood Gondor, the elves, the Dúnedain, together once more. As dawn broke across the hills, sunlight touched the broken walls of Fornost. The ancient city, though ruined, seemed almost to awaken. Its pale stones glowed softly beneath the morning light. Perhaps the old kings, sleeping beyond memory, looked once more upon their people. No trumpet sounded immediately. No commander rushed toward battle. For a few quiet moments, both armies stood in complete silence. Only the wind moved across the empty fields. Only ravens circled above the forgotten city. History seemed to hold its breath. Then, at last, the banners of Gondor advanced. The final battle for the North had begun. The battle raged throughout the day. The fields before Fornost shook beneath the weight of marching armies. Steel rang against steel. Arrows darkened the morning sky. The cries of men and orcs echoed across the ruined hills where the kings of Arnor had once ridden in peace. Prince Arnor led the charge from the south. The horsemen of Gondor struck with a force that Angmar had not expected. Their armor gleamed beneath the pale northern sun. Long spears broke the first ranks of orcs. Behind them came disciplined companies of infantry, advancing slowly but without hesitation. For years, the soldiers of Gondor had defended the White Mountains against distant enemies. Now they fought for a kingdom many had never seen before. Yet they understood why they had come. The North had fallen. If Angmar remained, Gondor itself would one day stand alone. To the west, the elves entered the battle. Unlike the thunder of Gondor's cavalry, their advance seemed almost silent. Their arrows found their marks with unerring precision. Their swords flashed like cold starlight beneath gathering clouds. Many orcs who had never faced the Eldar before hesitated at the sight of them. It was as though memories older than their own lives stirred within them. Some fled before the elves had even reached their lines. Others stood only briefly before discipline gave way to terror. Among the elven host rode Glorfindel. His presence could scarcely be mistaken. His golden hair caught the sunlight. His white horse moved effortlessly across the broken ground. Those who looked upon him often struggled to describe what they had seen. It was not merely the splendor of an elf lord. There was something deeper. A light that did not belong entirely to the physical world. The Eldar later said that those who had returned from the Blessed Realm carried with them a reflection of Aman itself. Perhaps that was what shone around Glorfindel as he rode. Battle slowly turned. For the first time in many generations, Angmar began to retreat. Its soldiers had expected another divided enemy. Instead, they found themselves opposed by the united strength of Gondor, Lindon, Rivendell, and the remaining Dúnedain. The Witch King saw the change. From a dark hill overlooking the battlefield, he watched his armies begin to break. His long plan, patiently woven across centuries, was unraveling before his eyes. At last, he entered the battle himself. Mounted upon a great black horse, clothed in dark armor, he rode through the smoke like a living shadow. Where he passed, courage faltered. Even seasoned warriors found their hands trembling upon sword hilts. The air itself seemed colder. Hope dimmed. For this was no ordinary captain. He was the lord of the Nazgul, the greatest servant Sauron possessed. Prince Arnor saw him. Without hesitation, the prince spurred his horse forward. Few men possessed greater courage. He lowered his spear and charged directly toward the Witch King. The Nazgul did not stand. As Arnor approached, his horse suddenly reared in terror. The prince struggled to regain control. Before he could strike, the Witch King turned away. His black mount fled northward across the battlefield. Some later believed he feared Arnor. Others understood the truth. The Witch King feared neither spear nor sword. He simply knew the battle had been lost. There was no victory to be gained that day. Prince Arnor pursued him. The horsemen of Gondor followed close behind. Across the empty northern fields they rode, driving the last armies of Angmar before them. Then another rider appeared, Glorfindel. His white horse crossed their path with calm certainty. He raised a single hand. Arnor brought his mount to a halt. Head, the Witch King disappeared into the northern wilderness. The prince wished to continue the chase. Glorfindel quietly shook his head. He looked toward the distant shadow, vanishing beyond the hills. Then he spoke words that would be remembered for more than 1,000 years. Do not pursue him. He will not return to this land. Far off yet is his doom. and not by the hand of man will he fall. Those nearby remembered the silence that followed. Few understood the meaning of the prophecy. The Witch King had escaped. That much was clear. Yet, Glorfindel spoke with a certainty that allowed no doubt. The Lord of the Nazgul would meet his end. Only not here, not today. The armies of Angmar scattered into the wilderness. Its kingdom collapsed almost as swiftly as it had risen. The fortresses of the north were abandoned. Its banners disappeared from the hills of Eriador. The long war that had consumed generations finally came to an end. The north was free, but it was not restored. Fornost remained empty, and Numinous still stood silent beside its lake. Cardolan had vanished. Rudaur was lost forever. The victory had come too late to save the kingdom. It had saved only its memory. As evening settled across the battlefield, the survivors gathered among the ruins. The wind moved gently through the broken stones of Fornost. For the first time in centuries, no shadow marched from the north. Peace had returned. Not the bright, joyful peace that followed the defeat of Sauron at the end of the Second Age. A quieter peace, one born from sacrifice, one guarded by rangers who would never again call themselves kings. The age moved onward. The kingdoms changed. The world healed. Yet somewhere far away, beyond the knowledge of almost every living soul, another shadow had already begun to awaken, one that would prove far more terrible than Angmar, one waiting patiently beneath the dark boughs of Greenwood the Great. Many centuries passed after the fall of Angmar. The northern road slowly grew quieter once more. The rangers continued their unseen watch, protecting lands whose people scarcely remembered the names of their ancient kings. Peace, though imperfect, settled over much of Middle-earth. It was not the joyful peace that followed the last alliance, nor the hopeful peace that had blessed the golden age of Gondor. It was something gentler, older, a peace that had learned the cost of war. During these long years, the eyes of the wise turned elsewhere, far to the east, beyond the misty mountains, beyond the broad waters of the Anduin. There stood a forest so vast that few living souls had ever seen its end. Greenwood the Great. Its name had not been chosen lightly. For countless generations, it had been one of the fairest lands beneath the sun. Its trees rose like the pillars of a great living hall, beeches with silver-gray bark, ancient oaks whose branches stretched across the sky, towering pines that whispered softly whenever the western wind arrived from distant mountains. The forest floor was carpeted with ferns and wildflowers. Clear streams wandered between moss-covered stones before disappearing into deeper woodland. Sunlight filtered gently through countless leaves, covering the ground in shifting patterns of gold and green. Bird song filled the mornings. The calls of thrushes echoed through quiet glades. Woodpeckers tapped patiently upon old trunks. High above, eagles circled upon warm currents of air, drifting from the mountains. Deer wandered freely through open clearings. Foxes moved silently beneath tangled roots. Even the smallest creatures seemed to know that Greenwood was a place of remarkable peace. It was not an empty wilderness. Many peoples called it home. In the northern reaches of the forest dwelt the Sylvan Elves. They loved the trees deeply. Unlike the High Elves of Rivendell or Lindon, they built few cities of stone. Their halls blended naturally into the woodland around them. Wooden bridges crossed quiet streams. Lanterns hung beneath branches instead of towers. Songs drifted through the leaves during warm summer evenings. Their king was Thranduil, wise, cautious, and deeply protective of his people. He understood the forest better than almost anyone alive. Every stream, every ancient oak, every hidden path beneath the leaves. Farther south lived the woodmen, simple folk, who earned their living through hunting, fishing, and careful farming wherever sunlight reached the forest floor. Their villages rested beside rivers or woodland meadows. Smoke rose peacefully from timber cottages. Children learned the names of birds before they learned the names of distant kings. For them, Greenwood was not merely a forest, it was home. Travelers from distant lands often chose the forest road when crossing the eastern wilderness. Though long, it offered shade during summer and shelter from harsh winds. Merchants carried fine cloth westward. Dwarves journeyed between the Iron Hills and the Blue Mountains. Elves traveled quietly beneath familiar branches. The road never felt lonely. Every turn revealed another stream, another glade, another ancient tree standing patiently beneath the sky. To many who visited it, Greenwood seemed almost timeless, as though the troubles of the outside world could never truly reach its heart. Yet even forests remember. The oldest trees had witnessed the First Age. They had watched the rise and fall of kingdoms. They had seen dragons fly across distant mountains. Perhaps they sensed changes long before men ever could. The first signs were so small that almost no one noticed them. A hunter returned from the southern woods, speaking of an unusual silence. No birds, no deer, only stillness. Others dismissed the story. Forests often changed with the seasons. Then another traveler spoke of trees whose leaves had withered long before autumn. Another described streams whose waters seemed strangely dark beneath the branches. Years passed. The stories slowly multiplied. Woodcutters began avoiding certain valleys. Hunters found ancient paths blocked by tangled growth that had not been there the year before. The air itself seemed heavier in the southern forest. Even sunlight struggled to reach the ground. At first, King Thranduil believed these changes to be part of nature's endless cycle. Storms damaged old trees. Disease sometimes spread among the woodland. Such things had happened before, but this felt different. The forest no longer breathed as freely as it once had. Some ancient trees appeared twisted, their bark blackened. Branches reached toward the sky like withered hands. Animals abandoned places they had inhabited for centuries. Even the birds altered their songs. There were mornings when whole stretches of woodland remained unnaturally quiet. Silence settled beneath the branches like an unseen mist. The elves became watchful. Scouts ventured farther south than before. They returned with uneasy reports. The darkness was not spreading quickly. It moved with remarkable patience, almost too slowly to perceive. Year by year, tree by tree, glade by glade, the southern forest seemed to withdraw from the light. No enemy could yet be seen. No armies marched beneath black banners. No fortress crowned the hills. Only a growing unease lingered among the oldest trees. Far away in Rivendell, Elrond listened carefully whenever travelers spoke of Greenwood. In Lorien, Galadriel also heard the whispers carried across the Anduin. Neither reached immediate conclusions. Both had lived long enough to know that fear alone is not wisdom. Yet neither ignored such tales, for they remembered another truth. Darkness rarely announces its coming with thunder. More often, it begins with silence. And somewhere deep within the southern reaches of Greenwood the Great, where the oldest trees cast the deepest shadows, something had begun to awaken. The changes within Greenwood did not happen in a single season. They unfolded so slowly that many who lived beside the forest scarcely noticed them. One year, a familiar woodland path became strangely overgrown. Another year, hunters returned with fewer stories of deer and birds. Then came mornings when an unnatural mist lingered beneath the trees long after the sun had risen. The forest itself seemed reluctant to awaken. The southern reaches grew darker with every passing decade. The great oaks that had once spread wide green crowns now carried twisted branches. Thick vines wrapped themselves around ancient trunks, slowly choking them. Streams that had once sparkled beneath clear skies flowed sluggishly through shadow. The silence deepened, not the peaceful silence of an untouched forest, but the heavy stillness of a place that no longer wished to be disturbed. The woodmen abandoned many of their southern settlements. Families who had lived there for generations quietly packed what they could carry and moved northward. They did not speak of monsters. Most had seen nothing. They simply felt that something was wrong. Children no longer laughed while wandering beneath those trees. Dogs refused to follow hunting trails they had known all their lives. Even horses became restless whenever the southern woods came into view. The elves noticed another change. Creatures that had never troubled them before began appearing in unusual numbers. Great spiders emerged from the deepest forest. Not ordinary spiders, but ancient and terrible descendants of darker things. They spun vast webs between blackened trees. Birdsong disappeared wherever they settled. Many woodland creatures simply vanished. Thranduil ordered his people to withdraw farther north. His halls remained bright and filled with music. Yet the borders of his realm slowly shrank. The forest was changing around them, and there was little they could do to stop it. Far to the south stood an old hill. Long before the Third Age, it had been known as Amon Long. Once, it had been a pleasant place. Its slopes overlooked the forest canopy. Travelers occasionally rested there before continuing their journey. Time had almost erased its history. Only broken stones remained. Now, smoke rose above the ruined hill. Not every day, not every week. Sometimes months passed without anything unusual. Then, once again, dark fires appeared beneath the trees. Travelers began avoiding the entire region. Those few who ventured close enough spoke of strange lights moving among the ruins after sunset. Some claimed they heard voices carried upon the wind. Others returned pale and unwilling to describe what they had seen. Soon the hill received a new name, Dol Guldur, the Hill of Dark Sorcery. No one knew who ruled there. No banners flew from its crumbling walls. No armies marched from its gates. Its master remained hidden, invisible, unknown. That mystery frightened many more than certainty ever could. Rumors spread across Middle-earth. Some believed one of the Nazgul had established a stronghold there. Others spoke of an evil spirit older than memory. A few wondered whether some forgotten servant of Morgoth had awakened from ancient sleep. No answer came. The darkness remained silent, patient. The wise paid close attention. Messengers from Greenwood arrived in Rivendell more frequently than before. Woodmen sought Elrond's counsel. Elves traveling between Lorien and Rivendell shared troubling reports. Every account described the same slow corruption. The forest itself seemed to be growing ill. Galadriel listened carefully. From the golden woods of Lorien, she could almost feel the shadows spreading across the Andean. Though many miles separated the two forests, evil has a way of making its presence known to those who possess wisdom enough to perceive it. Círdan, beside the Grey Havens, heard the same whispers carried westward by travelers. Even he grew uneasy. 3 of the greatest among the Eldar now shared the same concern. Something had entered Middle-earth. Something ancient. Something powerful. Still, none of them acted. Not yet. They had learned through long experience that fear is a poor guide. To strike without understanding would be folly. Better to watch. Better to gather knowledge. Better to wait until the truth revealed itself. And so they waited. Years became decades. The shadow within Dol Guldur continued to grow. Its influence spread farther into Greenwood. Soon, almost no one called it Greenwood anymore. The old name no longer seemed to fit. The forest had lost much of its light. Travelers began speaking instead of Mirkwood, the forest of dark shadows. The new name carried sadness within it, for names possess power. When a land loses its true name, it often means it has begun to lose part of its spirit as well. Only the oldest elves still remembered the days when sunlight reached every corner beneath those branches. They remembered streams filled with laughter rather than silence. Only they remembered Greenwood the Great. One evening, as the sun disappeared beyond the misty mountains, Elrond stood upon a quiet terrace in Rivendell. The western sky burned with gold, yet his thoughts rested far to the east. Somewhere beyond the mountains, beyond the Anduin, beneath the black boughs of Mirkwood, an unnamed power patiently gathered its strength. The Third Age had entered another turning. The fall of Angmar had ended one shadow. Now another, far older, was beginning to awaken. As the shadow deepened within Mirkwood, the wise came to a quiet realization. Whatever dwelt in Dol Guldur was no passing evil. It had endured for centuries. Its strength had grown without haste. Its influence reached farther with every passing generation. The free peoples had known long years of peace, but peace alone would not be enough for the years to come. Far beyond Middle-earth, across the Great Sea, lay the Undying Lands. There, beneath skies untouched by shadow, the Valar watched the unfolding history of the world. Nothing that happened in Middle-earth escaped their notice. They had witnessed the fall of Númenor. They had seen the last alliance. They knew that the darkness gathering once more was unlike the countless smaller evils that had troubled the world before. Yet, they chose not to answer with overwhelming power. Long ago, they had learned that force alone could not heal the wounds of Arda. The children of Ilúvatar had to be free. Men and elves would have to choose courage for themselves. Victory could not simply be given. It had to be earned. And so the Valar chose another path. They sent not kings, not mighty armies, not beings clothed in the terrible majesty of the elder days. Instead, they sent 5 old men. At least, that is how they appeared. Their faces weathered, their hair touched with gray. Anyone meeting them upon an ordinary road might have mistaken them for wandering scholars or weary pilgrims. But beneath those humble forms dwelt spirits older than the sun itself. They were Maiar, the same order of beings as Sauron. Yet unlike him, they came not to rule. They came to guide, to encourage, to awaken hope wherever hope had begun to fade. Their arrival passed almost unnoticed. No great signs filled the sky. No mountains trembled, no cities celebrated. One by one, they stepped ashore at the Grey Havens. The sea was calm that morning. White gulls circled above the harbor. The scent of salt drifted inland upon a gentle western breeze. Círdan, the shipwright, waited upon the quays. He alone seemed to understand more fully who these travelers truly were. Though they appeared old, he saw beyond the disguise. Age had taught him to recognize greatness hidden beneath humility. The first was tall and noble in bearing. His white robes flowed softly in the sea wind. His eyes were keen, his voice calm and measured. He would later become known throughout Middle-earth as Saruman the White. The second appeared quieter, gray-cloaked, leaning upon a simple wooden staff. His face carried kindness more readily than authority. Many who glanced at him overlooked him entirely, yet Círdan did not. There was something within the Grey Pilgrim that reminded him of quiet fires burning through long winter nights. Steady, patient, warm. Others followed. Radagast, whose eyes were drawn more often toward birds than toward kings. And 2 others who would eventually journey far into the eastern lands, where the histories of the West would seldom speak their names. Together, they became known as the Istari, the wizards, but that title often gives the wrong impression. They were never meant to dazzle Middle-earth with displays of overwhelming power. Their purpose was far gentler: to advise, to comfort, to unite, to strengthen the hearts of those who would one day face the shadow. As the Grey Pilgrim prepared to leave the havens, Círdan quietly approached him. From beneath his cloak, the old shipwright drew forth a single golden ring set with a single red stone. Narya, the Ring of Fire. One of the 3 rings forged by the elves. It possessed no power to dominate, no power to conquer. Instead, it inspired courage, kindled hope, strengthened weary hearts against despair. Círdan placed the ring into the Grey Pilgrim's hand. Few witnessed the moment. Fewer still understood its importance. The shipwright spoke no grand proclamation. He simply recognized what others had not yet seen. Though Saruman had been appointed the leader of the Istari, the greatest burden would not rest upon his shoulders. It would belong to the quiet traveler in gray, the one who asked for little. The one who would spend the coming centuries walking lonely roads, visiting forgotten villages, and speaking kindly to those whom powerful people often ignored. The Grey Pilgrim accepted the ring without pride, He slipped it beneath his glove, where it would remain hidden from almost every eye in Middle-earth. Then, without ceremony, the wizards departed. Their paths slowly separated. One journeyed toward great cities, another wandered into forests. One sought birds and beasts, another vanished into lands beyond the knowledge of Western kingdoms. Only time would reveal how greatly their choices would shape the fate of the Third Age, for the shadow had awakened. And now, so had those sent to oppose it. The 5 wizards did not remain together for long. Though they had arrived upon the same shores and shared the same purpose, each soon began to follow a different road. Middle-earth was too vast for a single path. Too many kingdoms. Too many peoples. Too many quiet places where hope needed tending. Saruman journeyed first. Clad in robes of brilliant white, he traveled from realm to realm, seeking knowledge wherever it could be found. The libraries of Gondor welcomed him. The archives of Rivendell stood open before him. He studied the ancient histories of Númenor, the wars against Morgoth, the making of rings of power. Among the wise, none appeared more learned. His voice was calm, measured, convincing. Kings respected him. Scholars admired him. Even the elves often sought his counsel. In time, many came to regard Saruman as the greatest of the Istari. No one questioned that judgment, not even Saruman himself. The Grey Pilgrim chose another life entirely. While Saruman lingered in halls of learning, Gandalf walked the roads. He preferred dusty paths to marble floors, simple inns to royal courts. He spent long evenings beside the fires of ordinary people, listening far more often than he spoke. Children welcomed him eagerly. They delighted in the small fireworks he sometimes carried from distant lands. Farmers greeted him with warm bread and stories of recent harvests. Rangers met him upon lonely roads. Dwarves shared their ale beside mountain hearths. Hobbits, who asked little from the wider world, soon counted him among their oldest friends. Many wondered why such a wise traveler devoted so much of his time to ordinary folk. Saruman himself quietly questioned it. Surely the fate of Middle-earth would be decided by kings, by armies, by great councils. What importance could simple villagers possibly hold? Gandalf saw what others looked. He believed that courage often grows in the smallest places, that kindness shown by an unknown farmer might matter as much as wisdom spoken by a king. History, he often reflected, is changed not only by the mighty, but by humble hearts willing to do what is right. Of all the lands he visited, none delighted him more than the Shire. Hidden in the northwest of Eriador, it seemed wonderfully untouched by the worries of the wider world. Neat gardens surrounded comfortable homes. Smoke drifted peacefully from round chimneys. The sound of laughter carried across green fields where hobbies tended crops, celebrated birthdays, and measured wealth not by gold, but by full pantries and loyal friends. Many dismissed the Shire as insignificant. Gandalf never did. He found deep comfort there. Whenever the burdens of the world grew heavy, he often returned to those quiet hills, content simply to share a meal beneath the evening stars. The third wizard, Radagast, wandered in yet another direction. Few cities ever welcomed him, for he rarely sought them. His home became the forests, the rivers, the wide meadows where wild creatures lived beyond the notice of men. Birds gathered upon his shoulders without fear. Foxes followed his footsteps through woodland paths. Even wounded animals seemed to sense his gentle spirit. While others debated politics and ancient prophecies, Radagast watched the changing seasons. He learned the language of birds. He understood the habits of beasts. Many considered him absent-minded, yet the forests themselves came to know him as a faithful guardian. For the health of Middle-earth is measured not only by kingdoms, but also by the smallest creatures beneath the trees. Of the remaining 2 wizards, little is remembered in the Western lands. They journeyed far beyond the borders of familiar maps, into distant countries where even elven lore grows uncertain. Some believed they failed. Others wondered whether they achieved quiet victories no chronicler ever recorded. Their stories vanished into the east, leaving behind only mystery. As the years passed into centuries, the paths of the 3 familiar wizards crossed from time to time. They met in Rivendell, in Gondor, within quiet halls where the wise gathered to exchange news from distant lands. Saruman spoke often of knowledge, of ancient powers, of the growing darkness beyond the eastern forests. Radagast brought tidings carried by birds and beasts. Gandalf spoke of people, of kingdoms, of friendships quietly formed upon forgotten roads. Each served the same purpose, yet each understood that purpose differently. Elrond observed these meetings with thoughtful eyes. He respected Saruman's learning. He cherished Radagast's kindness. But there was something about Gandalf that quietly set him apart. The great pilgrim never sought authority. He never desired titles. He seemed happiest when helping others discover their own strength. Perhaps that was why Círdan had entrusted him with Narya upon the shores of the Grey Havens. Not because Gandalf was the most powerful, but because he inspired hope wherever he wandered. And hope, more than any weapon, would one day become the greatest strength of Middle-earth. For while the wizards slowly fulfilled their purpose, the darkness beneath the trees of Mirkwood continued to deepen. Within the crumbling walls of Dol Guldur, the hidden master waited patiently. His strength had not yet returned, but neither had it remained still. Soon, one among the wise would decide that waiting had lasted long enough. A lone traveler in gray would cross the Anduin. He would enter the shadow alone. And for the first time, the mysterious ruler of Dol Guldur would be challenged. Merely 1,000 years had passed since the first shadow settled over Greenwood. The forest no longer resembled the woodland remembered in the oldest songs. Its southern reaches lay beneath an almost permanent twilight. Branches intertwined so densely that little sunlight reached the earth below. The streams still flowed, but their cheerful murmur seemed subdued, as though even the water wished to pass quietly through that place. Few travelers entered Mirkwood willingly. Those who did seldom ventured beyond the old forest road. Even the woodmen, whose fathers had hunted beneath those trees for countless generations, spoke of the southern forest only in hushed voices. There were places where birds no longer sang, places where no deer grazed, places where the very air felt heavy, carrying a faint scent of damp stone and forgotten things. At the heart of that darkness stood Dol Guldur. The old hill of Amon Lonk had disappeared beneath black walls and twisted towers. No great banners flew above its battlements. No armies marched from its gates. Its silence was more unsettling than any noise. It was the silence of something waiting. The wise watched with increasing concern. For centuries, they had gathered rumors. Every report told the same story. The shadow continued to grow, yet no one could say with certainty who ruled within the fortress. Some believed it was one of the Nazgul. Others feared an unknown spirit of Morgoth's ancient servants. Elrond listened carefully. Galadriel perceived a darkness spreading through the land itself. Saruman devoted himself to studying old records, searching for answers hidden in forgotten scrolls. Gandalf remained unusually quiet. Unlike many among the wise, he preferred certainty over speculation. Rumor alone was never enough. If danger truly dwelt within Dol Guldur, someone would have to see it with their own eyes. Such journeys were never announced with ceremony. The Grey Pilgrim simply took up his staff, fastened his weathered cloak against the autumn wind, and began walking east. His road carried him across the misty mountains, through lonely valleys, along forgotten woodland paths where few feet had passed in many years. At last, the trees of Mirkwood rose before him. They seemed older now, their branches bent inward, shutting out much of the sky. The forest welcomed no visitors. Every step deeper into the woodland brought greater silence. The leaves scarcely moved. No birds called overhead. Even the wind appeared reluctant to enter beneath those blackened boughs. Gandalf continued without haste. He had walked darker roads than these, yet he understood that courage is not the absence of fear. It is the choice to continue despite it. Days passed beneath the endless canopy. The forest road became little more than a memory. Twisted roots crossed his path. Ancient webs hung between dying trees. Once or twice he noticed movement far beyond the reach of daylight. Large shapes slipping quietly between the trunks. Watching, never approaching. Then the hill appeared. Its walls rose from the forest like broken teeth of black stone. The towers of Dol Guldur were old beyond memory. Some had once belonged to another age. Now they leaned beneath the weight of shadow. No torchlight burned upon the battlements. No guards challenged his approach. That, more than anything else, unsettled him. It was as though the fortress already knew he had come. Gandalf paused beneath the ancient walls. The air itself seemed colder there, not with the chill of autumn, but with something deeper, a cold that touched his spirit rather than the skin. He closed his eyes for only a moment. Then he stepped through the broken gate. Dark corridors stretched away into silence. The stone beneath his feet felt damp. Water dripped slowly somewhere in the unseen depths below. The fortress seemed abandoned, yet it was not empty. A presence lingered there, patient, watchful, hidden beyond sight. Gandalf searched chamber after chamber. He found forgotten halls, collapsed stairways, rooms untouched for centuries. But nowhere did he discover the master of the fortress. Only the unmistakable feeling that another will moved through those ancient stones, a will both powerful and deeply familiar. Then, almost as suddenly as it had appeared, it was gone. The darkness withdrew, not defeated, not confronted. It simply departed. The master of Dol Guldur had abandoned the fortress before Gandalf could uncover his identity. The Grey Pilgrim remained within the empty stronghold until he was certain nothing more could be learned. At last, he turned westward once again. He had entered Dol Guldur seeking answers. Instead, he carried away only a troubling certainty. Whatever had fled before his arrival had possessed both wisdom and fear. Wise enough to avoid discovery, powerful enough that even its absence left the fortress heavy with shadow. When Gandalf returned to Rivendell, the wise gathered to hear his account. He spoke calmly. He described the fortress, the silence, the overwhelming sense of an ancient power that had escaped just beyond his reach. No name was spoken, no conclusion reached, yet one truth became impossible to ignore. The darkness haunting Mirkwood was no mere rumor. It was real, and though it had withdrawn, Gandalf could not escape the feeling that it would one day return. The second journey into Dol Guldur was unlike the first. Many years had passed since Gandalf had entered the abandoned fortress and found only silence. The shadow he had disturbed had not vanished. It had merely withdrawn. Now it had returned. Stronger, bolder, no longer content to remain hidden. The old forest road had become almost deserted. Merchants preferred journeys that added weeks to their travels rather than pass beneath the dark canopy of Mirkwood. Woodmen no longer hunted in the southern forest. Even the birds seemed reluctant to fly above those blackened trees. The forest had become a place of whispers, a place where stories ended with silence. Yet Gandalf walked toward it once again. Alone, he carried no army. No companions followed at his side. His staff was worn from countless roads. His gray cloak bore the dust of many kingdoms. To any passerby, he appeared no more than an old traveler. Only the wise understood the weight resting upon his shoulders. For if his fears proved true, Middle-earth stood upon the edge of a darkness greater than any since the fall of Sauron. The journey through Mirkwood felt different this time. The forest no longer merely watched, it resisted. Great webs stretched between twisted branches. The trunks of ancient trees seemed almost black beneath the dim light. The air itself had grown strangely still. There were moments when Gandalf paused, convinced he had heard footsteps behind him. Whenever he turned, nothing stood there, only endless trees disappearing into shadow. At last, Dol Guldur appeared. Its towers had changed. The broken walls Gandalf remembered were now repaired in many places. Dark banners hung from high battlements. Torchlight flickered behind narrow windows. The fortress was no longer a forgotten ruin. It had become a stronghold. Somewhere within those walls lived a power confident enough to reveal itself. The air smelt of damp stone. Cold water dripped endlessly from cracked ceilings. Somewhere far away echoed the sound of heavy doors closing. The fortress felt alive, not with joy, not even with ordinary purpose. It breathed with malice. Deep beneath the hill, Gandalf discovered signs that prisoners had once been kept there. Iron chains hung from rough stone walls. Old torches burned with sickly light. The silence was broken only by distant footsteps, whose owners never appeared. Then, he heard another sound, breathing. Slow, weak, human at first, he thought. But as he drew nearer, he realized the prisoner was smaller. An old dwarf sat against the wall, wrapped in ragged clothing, scarcely recognizable as royal garments. His beard, once long and proud, had become tangled with years of neglect. His hands trembled, his eyes opened only with great effort. It was Thri, son of Thror, father of Thorin Oakenshield, king without a kingdom. For years, the dwarves had wondered what had become of him. Now, Gandalf understood. He had never disappeared into the wilderness. He had been brought here, to Dol Guldur. The old dwarf struggled to recognize the visitor standing before him. At last, faint understanding returned to his tired eyes. With great effort, he reached beneath his worn cloak. From within, he drew a small object wrapped carefully in cloth, despite the long years of imprisonment. A key. Then another object. A folded map. His voice was barely more than a whisper. He could no longer remember every detail. His strength had almost failed him. But he understood one thing. These belonged to his son, to Thorin. The hope of Durin's line had not yet ended. Gandalf accepted both treasures with quiet reverence. He promised they would reach their rightful owner. A faint smile crossed the old dwarf's face, only for a moment. Then, the last king under the mountain closed his eyes forever. Gandalf remained beside him, in silence. Another ancient house had lost its king. Another chapter of Middle-earth's long history had quietly ended within darkness. Yet, something far more terrible still awaited him. As he prepared to leave the prison, a presence filled the corridors. Not footsteps, not sound, a will, ancient, cold, terrible. It swept through the fortress like a shadow across the sun. This time, it did not flee. Gandalf felt it clearly. There could no longer be any doubt. Only one being in Middle-earth possessed such power. Only one servant of Morgoth carried such overwhelming malice. The master of Dol Guldur was no lesser spirit. No wandering Nazgul, no forgotten sorcerer. The necromancer was Sauron himself. Without waiting another moment, Gandalf escaped the fortress. The knowledge he carried was more valuable than any victory he could hope to win alone. The wise had been right to fear. The Dark Lord had returned. Not to Mordor, not yet. But he lived, and the long peace of the Third Age was drawing swiftly toward its end. Gandalf rode west without delay. He lingered nowhere, not in the halls of Thranduil, not beside the quiet waters of the Anduin, not even in Rivendell, where he would normally rest after a long journey. The news he carried could not wait. For many years, the wise had spoken of the necromancer. Now there was no mystery left. The shadow in Dol Guldur had a name. Sauron had returned, not as a rumor, not as a distant fear, but as a living power, patiently gathering his strength once more. When the White Council assembled, a heavy silence filled the chamber before anyone spoke. Elrond was there. Galadriel came from the Golden Wood. Círdan journeyed east from the Grey Havens. Saruman sat among them, clothed in white as the head of the council. Gandalf told them everything. He spoke of the prison beneath Dol Guldur, of Thrawn's final moments, of the key and map entrusted to Thorin. And finally, he spoke the words none of them had wished to hear. The necromancer is Sauron. No one answered immediately. The silence itself seemed to acknowledge the weight of those words. For nearly 2,000 years, the Free Peoples had hoped that the Dark Lord would never again take shape. Now that hope had ended. Galadriel was the first to break the silence. She urged the council to act at once. Every year they delayed would allow Sauron to strengthen his hold upon Mirkwood. Every year would bring Mordor closer to awakening once more. Elrond agreed. He remembered too clearly the price paid during the last alliance. He had no wish to see Middle-earth wait until another war became unavoidable. But Saruman advised caution. His voice remained calm, measured. He argued that Sauron was not yet strong enough to challenge the Free Peoples openly. There was still time. Time to gather knowledge. Time to watch. Time to prepare. His reasoning appeared wise. Most of the council accepted it. Only Gandalf seemed unconvinced. He had stood within Dol Guldur. He had felt Sauron's presence. He understood that darkness rarely grows weaker when left undisturbed. Yet Saruman's counsel prevailed. Years continued to pass. The shadow deepened. Unknown to the council, Saruman had begun keeping certain thoughts to himself. His study of the Rings of Power had become more than scholarship. He had become fascinated by the One Ring. He had searched the banks of the Anduin in secret. He no longer wished merely to defeat Sauron. Part of him hoped the ring might one day become his. That hope remained hidden from everyone. Even the wisest hearts can slowly lose their way. At last, the time for waiting came to an end. Sauron's strength had grown too great to ignore. The White Council gathered once more. This time, there was no debate. They would move against Dol Guldur. No songs describe what happened upon that day. Tolkien himself tells us very little. And perhaps that silence is fitting, for the greatest victories are not always won through spectacles of war. The wise came together, the strength of the Eldar, the wisdom of the Istari, the power preserved through the Three Rings. Together, they stood against the darkness that had spread beneath the trees of Mirkwood for centuries. Dol Guldur did not fall because its walls were broken. Its walls had never been its true strength. They fell because Sauron's purpose there had already ended. Long before the council arrived, he had prepared another home, far to the south, beyond the Duath. The Black Land awaited him. When the White Council advanced, Sauron abandoned Dol Guldur, not in panic, not in defeat, but according to a design he had prepared long before. The hill was reclaimed, the shadow lifted from its ancient stones. For the first time in many generations, hope returned to the southern borders of Mirkwood. Many believed a great victory had been won, and indeed it had. The White Council had driven the Dark Lord from his stronghold. The forest breathed a little easier. The Free Peoples gained precious time. Yet Gandalf understood something that troubled him deeply. Sauron had not been destroyed. He had merely moved. Even as the wise celebrated the cleansing of Dol Guldur, the Dark Lord crossed the mountains in secret. He entered Mordor. There, among the black towers of Barad-dûr, he began preparing for the final war of the Third Age. The White Council had won the hill, but the war itself still lay ahead. And while the eyes of the wise remained fixed upon Mordor, far to the north, beneath the mighty peaks of the Misty Mountains, another ancient kingdom was quietly approaching its own tragedy. The halls of Khazad-dûm still echoed with the sound of hammers. The veins of mithril still glittered beneath the earth. Its people believed their greatest days had not yet passed. They could not know that deep below their feet, something older than memory still slept. Long before travelers spoke the name Moria with fear, it was known by another name, Khazad-dûm. To the elves, it was Had-hodrand. To the dwarves, it was simply the greatest work their people had ever accomplished. Even those who had never entered its gates spoke of it with admiration. Its halls stretched beneath the roots of the misty mountains. Its pillars rose like forests of living stone. Its wealth seemed beyond counting. Yet those who loved Khazad-dûm rarely spoke first of its riches. They remembered its beauty. The western gate stood beside a quiet lake. Its waters reflected the towering cliffs above with such perfect clarity that mountains and sky appeared to meet beneath the surface. Nearby lay the Miramir, a still pool so clear that even centuries later, travelers would stop to gaze upon the stars shining beneath its waters. Durin the Deathless himself was said to have looked into that pool and seen a crown of stars reflected above his head. Taking it as a sign of blessing, he chose that place for his kingdom. From that moment onward, Khazad-dûm became the heart of Durin's folk. Generations of dwarves carved ever deeper into the mountain, not with haste, not with greed, but with extraordinary patience. Every hall was shaped by skilled hands, every pillar polished until it seemed almost alive beneath the light of countless lamps. Unlike the fortresses of men, whose builders often sought to impress their enemies, Khazad-dûm was created for those who lived within it. Its beauty belonged to its people. Wide avenues crossed enormous chambers, whose ceilings disappeared into darkness far above. Stone bridges leapt across deep chasms where underground rivers flowed unseen. Great staircases climbed from one level to another, each carved with patterns recalling the long history of Doran's line. Visitors often found it impossible to judge the true size of the kingdom. One could walk for hours beneath the mountain and still discover new halls beyond every turning. Yet Khazad-dûm never felt oppressive. Though built of stone, it possessed remarkable warmth. Thousands of crystal lamps illuminated the great chambers. Their light reflected from polished walls, filling the kingdom with a soft golden glow that never seemed harsh upon the eyes. The dwarves loved craftsmanship above almost every other pursuit. Every doorway bore intricate carvings. Every column carried delicate patterns inspired by leaves, stars, flowing water, or the memory of ancient mountains. Even ordinary tools displayed astonishing care. To a dwarf, beauty and usefulness were never enemies. Each strengthened the other. The sound most often heard within Khazad-dûm was neither shouting nor marching. It was work. The steady rhythm of hammers striking anvils, the careful shaping of stone, the singing of craftsmen as they labored together through long days beneath the mountain. These songs echoed softly through the endless halls, blending with the distant sound of underground streams. Children learned such songs almost as soon as they learned to speak. Many outsiders imagined dwarven life as little more than endless mining. The truth was far richer. There were jewel cutters whose skill transformed rough crystals into works of astonishing beauty. Stonemasons who could shape marble so finely that it resembled flowing cloth. Metalworkers whose armor protected warriors while appearing delicate enough to belong in a king's home. There were historians who preserved the memory of every generation. Musicians whose deep voices filled the halls during festivals. Merchants who carried the treasures of Khazad-dûm across Middle-earth. The kingdom thrived because every craft was honored. Nothing made with honest hands was considered insignificant. Great wealth came from one gift found nowhere else in such abundance: mithril, true silver, light as a feather, harder than tempered steel. Its surface never tarnished. Even a small piece possessed enormous value. The dwarves alone knew where the richest veins could be found. Far beneath the mountains, hidden within ancient rock, the precious metal waited to be discovered. Its beauty became famous across Middle-earth. Elven smiths admired it. Kings sought it. Armor fashioned from mithril became heirlooms passed from one generation to another. Yet for the dwarves, mithril represented more than wealth. It was a gift entrusted to their care, a treasure of the mountain itself. Trade brought prosperity to every corner of the kingdom. Roads crossed the misty mountains, carrying merchants from distant lands. Elves from nearby Aragian often visited during the earlier centuries. Friendships grew between the craftsmen of both peoples. Ideas were shared, skills improved. Great works were created together that neither race could have fashioned alone. The famous West Gate of Moria stood as the finest symbol of that friendship. Its graceful design united the art of elves and dwarves in perfect harmony. Those days became cherished memories long after both kingdoms had changed beyond recognition. As evening settled outside the mountain, little changed within. Khazad-dûm possessed its own rhythm, its own measure of time. Deep beneath the earth, the lamps continued to burn. Families gathered for meals. Children played beneath towering pillars that had stood for centuries before they were born. The kingdom seemed eternal. The mountains themselves appeared less likely to fall than those endless halls. Even the oldest among Durin's folk believed Khazad-dûm would endure for ages beyond counting. And perhaps that quiet certainty was the greatest treasure the kingdom possessed. For when people believe something will last forever, they seldom imagine that deep beneath their own feet, the first whisper of its ending has already begun. To those who lived beneath the peaks of the misty mountains, Khazad-dûm was not merely a kingdom. It was the center of the world. Generations were born without ever seeing the open sky each morning, and yet they never considered themselves deprived. The mountain provided everything they needed. Its halls sheltered them from winter storms. Its deep springs gave clear, cold water. Its workshops echoed with honest labor from dawn until night. The heartbeat of the kingdom was not its throne. It was its people. Each morning, long before merchants opened their stalls, the great forges already glowed with warm light. Blacksmiths stood beside anvils worn smooth by centuries of use. The rhythm of hammer upon steel rolled through the halls like distant thunder. Young apprentices hurried between workshops carrying freshly cast tools or carefully polished ingots. Older masters inspected every piece with patient eyes. Nothing left their hands unfinished. A dwarf measured his own worth not by speed, but by excellence. Nearby, the stonecutters continued work that had begun long before they themselves were born. Some carved new chambers. Others restored walls first raised by their grandfathers' grandfathers. A pillar might require decades to complete. No one complained. The mountain had taught them patience. Stone could not be hurried. The merchants occupied another part of the city. Wide market halls bustled with quiet conversation. Tables displayed polished gemstones whose colors caught the warm glow of crystal lamps. Necklaces of silver rested beside finely balanced axes. Carved boxes of walnut and oak stood beside intricate locks fashioned from shining steel. Visitors often found themselves pausing simply to admire the craftsmanship. Everything seemed made not merely to serve, but to endure. Trade connected Khazad-dûm with nearly every corner of western Middle-earth. Caravans crossed the Red Horn Pass whenever the weather allowed. Others traveled south through Dimril Dale before continuing toward the lands of men. The dwarves exchanged weapons, armor, jewelry, and finely worked tools for timber, grain, cloth, and other goods that the mountain itself could not provide. The roads surrounding Khazad-dûm became among the safest in the western lands. Travelers knew that dwarven guards watched them carefully. Bandits rarely lingered where Durin's folk kept watch. The friendships forged through trade became almost as valuable as the goods themselves. Though the friendship with Eregion belonged to an earlier age, the memory of those days remained alive. Older dwarves still spoke with pride of the craftsmen who had worked beside the elven smiths. They remembered doors that opened with spoken words, jewels shaped by hands of both races. Even after Eregion had fallen beneath Sauron's armies, those memories survived. Not as sorrow alone, but as reminders that trust between different peoples had once been possible. Life within Khazad-dûm followed the rhythm of the mountain rather than the sun. Without sunrise or sunset to guide them, bells marked the passing of each day. Meals gathered families together beneath vaulted ceilings where laughter echoed between pillars older than many kingdoms. Stories were shared beside warm hearths. Children listened with wide eyes as elders recounted the awakening of Durin the Deathless, the making of the Seven Rings, and the long history of their people. Every generation inherited not only treasure, but memory. Memory mattered deeply to the dwarves. Nothing was forgotten willingly. The names of kings were preserved. The makers of famous swords were remembered. Even the builders of remarkable bridges found their place within the songs of the kingdom. To lose one's history was considered almost as tragic as losing one's home. Festivals brought a different sound to the mountain. The ringing of anvils gave way to music. Deep voices joined together in songs whose melodies rolled through the endless halls like distant echoes beneath the earth. Tables filled with roasted meats, fresh bread, rich stews, and dark ale crafted according to recipes passed down for generations. Laughter carried farther than the light itself. For a little while, every burden of labor was set aside. The mountain became not merely a place of work, but a place of joy. Visitors often expected dwarves to be stern and unchanging. Those who stayed long enough discovered otherwise. They found humor, warm hospitality. Quiet generosity offered without display. Trust was not given quickly, but once earned, it often lasted a lifetime. It was this loyalty that held Khazad-dûm together more firmly than any wall of stone. As the centuries passed, the kingdom reached a greatness unmatched by any other realm of the dwarves. Its population grew, its halls expanded deeper beneath the mountains. Its wealth became legendary, from Lindan in the west to the Iron Hills in the east. Many believed no darkness could ever threaten such a place. the mountains themselves seemed eternal. The skill of Durin's folk appeared beyond equal. Even the wise regarded Khazad-dûm as one of the strongest realms remaining in Middle-earth. Yet prosperity often carries a quiet temptation. The richest veins of mithril slowly became harder to reach. Each generation of miners found themselves descending farther than the one before. At first, the change seemed insignificant. A new tunnel here, a deeper shaft there. The mountain had always rewarded patience. Why should it not continue to do so? The four men marked new passages upon ancient maps. Engineers strengthened the lower halls with fresh columns of stone. Miners lit their lamps and followed shining threads of mithril deeper into the living rock. They did not descend out of greed alone. They descended because that was what dwarves had always done. To seek, to build, to uncover the hidden gifts of the mountain. None of them knew that beneath the deepest mines, far below the oldest foundations of Khazad-dûm, something older than the kingdom itself lay sleeping. Something that had hidden there since the ending of the First Age. It had survived the fall of Morgoth. It had endured through the rise and defeat of Sauron. It had slept through thousands of years while generations of dwarves built their magnificent halls above. And with every new tunnel carved into the mountain, the distance between the miners and that ancient shadow grew a little shorter. For nearly 5,000 years, Khazad-dûm had stood as the greatest kingdom of the dwarves. Empires of men had risen and fallen. Forests had changed. Kings had come and gone. Yet, beneath the misty mountains, the hammers of Durin's folk never ceased their steady song. Every generation inherited a kingdom larger than the one before. New halls stretched farther beneath the earth. Fresh mines reached deeper into the ancient rock. The mountain seemed without end. So too, many believed, were its treasures. The richest gift of Khazad-dûm had always been mithril. Even after centuries of mining, it remained more valuable than gold. A single shirt fashioned from its shining metal could become the heirloom of an entire kingdom. Kings sought it. Elves admired it. No other realm possessed such abundance. But abundance has a way of changing slowly. The upper veins, once so generous, became thinner with each passing century. Miners returned with smaller loads. The overseers studied their records carefully. The answer appeared obvious. The deeper veins still promised great wealth. The mountain had always rewarded those willing to work patiently beneath its oldest foundations. No one questioned the decision. New shafts were ordered. Fresh supports were carved into the living stone. Miners descended farther than their fathers had ever gone. Their lamps illuminated places untouched since the world was young. The deeper halls felt different. The air grew warmer, the silence heavier. Sometimes the miners paused, listening to sounds they could not explain. A distant rumble, a faint vibration beneath their boots. Occasionally, a warm breath of air drifted upward through cracks in the rock, carrying with it the scent of ash instead of stone. Some dismissed these things as natural. The mountain was vast. It possessed countless hidden chambers. Deep places always held strange echoes. Others grew uneasy. Old stories were remembered. Not tales spoken openly during festivals, but ancient warnings preserved among the oldest families of Durin's folk. Warnings that some places beneath the earth had remained untouched for very good reasons. Yet the search continued. The kingdom depended upon mithril. Its craftsmen required it. Its merchants traded it across Middle-earth. Its prosperity had been built upon the mountain's greatest gift. No king could simply order the mines abandoned. At that time, Durin VI sat upon the throne. He was a respected ruler, neither reckless nor foolish. He loved his people deeply. Under his reign, Khazad-dûm remained prosperous, despite the growing difficulty of reaching fresh veins of mithril. When reports arrived describing new discoveries deep beneath the mountain, he approved the work. No chronicler records that he acted from greed, only from trust. Trust in generations of miners who would always serve the kingdom faithfully. Years passed. The tunnels descended farther. The old maps required constant revision. Passages once considered unimaginably deep became ordinary places of labor. The mountain seemed determined to guard its greatest treasures behind ever thicker walls of stone. Then, the miners found a vein unlike any before. The mithril shone brilliantly beneath their lamps, thicker, richer, more beautiful than anything they had seen in years. Excitement spread quickly through the lower halls. Foremen ordered additional workers into the new passages. Stonecutters widened the tunnels. Engineers strengthened the ceilings. Every day, more dwarves descended toward the newly discovered treasure. No one noticed that the warmth continued to increase. No one questioned why the deepest rocks seemed almost blackened by ancient fire. Then, one morning, the first sound was unlike anything the miners had ever heard. Not the crack of falling stone, not the groaning of shifting earth. It resembled a roar, low, ancient, so deep that the rock itself seemed to tremble. The miners stopped working. Hammers fell silent. Lamps flickered. For a long moment, nothing happened. Some laughed nervously. Perhaps the mountain had nearly settled. Perhaps distant caverns had collapsed somewhere beyond the tunnels. The work resumed. Only a few moments later, the darkness moved. Not with the slow certainty of stone, not with the rush of underground water. It moved with purpose. A blast of unbearable heat swept through the passage. The lamps nearest the tunnel guttered and died. Those farther away burned strangely blue before vanishing altogether. Then came fire. Not ordinary flame, a living fire. It burst from the depths with terrifying force. The first miners never had time to cry out. Those farther back fled instinctively, dropping tools as they ran through corridors that had once felt safe. Behind them echoed a sound no dwarf had heard since the elder days, the roar of a Balrog. An ancient servant of Morgoth, one of the terrible Maiar corrupted before the rising of the sun. When Morgoth had fallen at the end of the First Age, most believed such creatures had perished. One had not. It had hidden itself beneath the roots of the misty mountains. It had slept while kingdoms rose above its prison. It had remained undisturbed through nearly 5,000 years. Now, the miners of Khazad-dûm had awakened it. News raced upward through the endless halls. At first, the reports seemed impossible. Fire beneath the deepest mines. Entire companies vanished. No survivors. Durin VI ordered the lower passages sealed while he gathered his guards. Surely, whatever threatened the mines could be confronted. Khazad-dûm had endured orcs, earthquakes, floods. No danger had ever broken the kingdom. Few yet understood that this enemy belonged to another age. an age when the world itself had trembled beneath the wars of the Valar. The king descended, his finest warriors followed. Their armor gleamed beneath the crystal lamps, axes rested firmly in practiced hands. They marched with the confidence of a people who had never truly known defeat. Deep below, the ancient fire waited, and before another day had ended, the greatest kingdom of the dwarves would lose its king. The warriors of Durin followed their king into the depths. They carried the finest armor ever forged beneath the misty mountains. Axes of shining steel rested upon broad shoulders. Round shields reflected the warm light of crystal lamps as they descended toward the lower mines. Behind them, the ordinary sounds of Khazad-dûm slowly faded. The ringing of anvils, the voices of craftsmen, the laughter of children. All disappeared behind walls of stone. Ahead waited only silence. Not the peaceful silence of an empty cavern, a silence that seemed to listen. The deeper they descended, the warmer the air became. Drops of sweat formed beneath heavy helmets. The stone beneath their boots no longer felt cold. It carried a faint warmth that no miner could remember feeling before. Then they found the first abandoned tools: a hammer, a lantern overturned upon the ground, a lagan still filled with freshly cut mithril. No bodies, no blood, only the unmistakable signs of sudden flight. The king ordered his company onward. Whatever had happened here, he would face it himself. The tunnel widened into a vast chamber. The crystal lamps fixed upon its walls had all gone dark. Only a dull crimson glow flickered somewhere far beyond the reach of ordinary sight. For a long moment, nothing moved. The dwarves tightened their ranks. Axes were raised. Every eye searched the darkness. Then the mountain breathed. A wave of scorching air rolled through the chamber. Several lamps burst at once. The crimson light grew brighter. Slowly, a shape emerged. It stood taller than any dwarf, taller even than the greatest men. Its form seemed wrapped in darkness itself, yet fire burned beneath that shadow, like molten stone beneath cracked earth. Its mane flowed not with hair, but with living flame. Its eyes shone like furnaces. Around it, the very air trembled. Many of the younger warriors froze where they stood, not because they lacked courage, but because something older than fear stirred within them. This was no beast, no dragon, no orc chieftain. It was a creature from the Elder Days, a terror that should have vanished with Morgoth thousands of years before. The Balrog stepped forward. The stone beneath its feet blackened. Fire spread across the floor with every stride. Then came its voice. A roar so deep that the pillars themselves seemed to shudder. Dust rained from the ceiling. Far above, throughout the halls of Khazad-dûm, many paused in their work. Some looked upward. Others exchanged uneasy glances. They could not know what had caused the mountain to tremble, only that something impossible had awakened below. Durin did not retreat. He raised his axe. The finest smiths of his kingdom had forged its blade. Its edge had never failed him. Around him stood the greatest warriors of Durin's folk. Together, they charged. Steel struck shadow. Axes flashed through fire. For a brief moment, the courage of the dwarves seemed enough to challenge even the oldest horrors of the world. Then the Balrog answered. Flames burst outward with terrible force. Several warriors vanished beneath the fire before they could cry out. Others were thrown backward as though struck by an invisible storm. His axe fell with all the strength of Durin's line. The blow landed, the Balrog staggered, but it did not fall. Its burning hand swept forward. Fire consumed the air between them. When the smoke cleared, King Durin VI lay upon the stone. The Lion of Durin had lost its king. Word spread through Khazad-dûm with astonishing speed. The king was dead. The lower mines were lost. Something ancient had emerged from the depths. Panic followed. Not because the dwarfs were cowards, but because no living memory offered guidance. Their histories spoke of dragons, of orcs, of wars with men. Nothing prepared them for one of Morgoth's greatest servants. Durin's son, Naian I, gathered what remained of the kingdom's defenders. He refused to abandon his father's halls. If Khazad-dûm could still be saved, it would be saved with axe in hand. Once again, the warriors descended. Once again, they disappeared into the fire. Naian, too, was slain. 2 kings have fallen. The truth could no longer be denied. Khazad-dûm was lost. For the first time since Durin the Deathless had looked upon the Mirror, his people abandoned their ancient home. The evacuation began in silence. There was little time to gather possessions. Families carried only what they could lift. Ancient records were hurriedly wrapped in cloth. Precious heirlooms disappeared into travel chests. Children clung to their parents' hands. Old dwarves paused only once to look back toward the endless halls where they had spent their entire lives. Many wept openly, not for treasure, not for Mithril, but for home. The great gates were left standing open, the forges cold. The crystal lamps slowly burned out one by one. The songs that had echoed beneath the mountain for nearly 5,000 years came to an end. Silence cleaned the holes. Only one sound remained. Far below, deep beneath endless pillars of stone, fire still moved through the darkness. From that day onward, few called the kingdom Khazad-dûm. Its new name spread across Middle-earth, Moria, the Black Chasm. A place no traveler entered willingly. A place where entire companies vanished without leaving a trace. The dwarves scattered across the world. Some journeyed north to the Grey Mountains. Others found refuge in the Iron Hills. Many wandered without a permanent home for generations. They carried with them not only their tools and their memories, but also an unhealed sorrow. For no matter how magnificent Erebor would later become, no matter how rich their future kingdoms grew, there would always remain one wound that never truly closed. They had lost the greatest home their people had ever built. And deep beneath the silent mountain, Durin's Bane waited, patient as stone, unchanging as fire, sleeping once more until another traveler, many centuries later, would unknowingly awaken the ancient terror again. The loss of Khazad-dûm changed the fate of Durin's folk forever. For generations, they wandered without the halls their ancestors had carved beneath the misty mountains. Some settled in the Grey Mountains. Others sought new homes wherever stone offered shelter. Yet no place ever truly replaced Khazad-dûm. It remained the measure against which every other kingdom was judged. Still, the dwarfs endured. They always had. Among the descendants of Durin, one king would restore much of what had been lost. His name was Thrain the First. Rather than looking back toward the empty halls of Moria, he looked east. Beyond the upper reaches of the river running stood a solitary peak unlike any other, the lonely mountain, Erebor. Rising alone above the surrounding plains, it could be seen from many miles away. Its broad slopes concealed rich veins of iron, silver, and precious stone. Though not as vast as Khazad-dûm, it offered something the wandering dwarves desperately needed: a beginning. When Thrall led his people beneath the mountain, hope returned to Durin's folk. The first halls were modest, simple chambers carved carefully into the living rock. But as the years passed, Erebor flourished. Its gates widened, its workshops expanded, its vaults filled with treasures crafted by generations of patient hands. The songs of hammers once again echoed beneath stone ceilings. Nearby, another settlement also prospered. At the foot of the mountain stood the town of Dale. Unlike Erebor, Dale belonged to men. Its people farmed the fertile valley, traded with distant kingdoms, and welcomed merchants from every corner of the north. The friendship between Dale and Erebor grew naturally. The dwarves supplied magnificent armor, tools, and jewelry. The men of Dale brought grain, timber, wine, cloth, and countless goods that the mountain itself could not provide. Both kingdoms became richer together than either could have become alone. Caravans arrived almost daily. Some crossed the Iron Hills from the east. Others came south from the woodland realm. Elves, men, and dwarves filled the busy markets surrounding the mountain. Different languages mingled beneath colorful banners. Laughter drifted through crowded streets. Children scarcely noticed the differences between the peoples around them. To them, prosperity simply felt normal. Generations passed in peace. Then came King Thror, grandson of Thrain the First. Under his rule, Erebor reached heights that rivaled even the glory of ancient Khazad-dûm. Its treasure halls became famous throughout Middle-earth. Jewels of astonishing beauty filled the vaults. Gold gleamed beneath endless rows of stone pillars. Master smiths created works that kings would one day treasure for centuries. Among all these riches lay one object unlike any other: the Arkenstone, the heart of the mountain. No ordinary jewel could compare to it. Its light seemed almost alive. By day, it captured every ray of sunlight entering the halls. By night, it reflected the glow of countless lamps until it shone like a star hidden beneath the earth. To Thor, it became more than a precious stone. It symbolized the heart of his kingdom. The fortune of Erebor spread far beyond the northern lands. Travelers carried stories of its wealth into distant kingdoms. Some stories grew larger with each telling. Treasure has a curious way of attracting imagination. It also attracts darker things. Far to the north, beyond the Grey Mountains, another creature listened. One older than the kingdoms of men, older than Erebor itself. A dragon. His name was Smaug. He was not the greatest dragon ever born. Those terrible honors belonged to the elder days. Yet among the creatures still living in the Third Age, none matched his strength. His scales gleamed like burnished copper. His wings darkened the sky. His breath carried fire hot enough to melt stone. Above all else, he loved gold. Not merely because it was valuable, but because dragons measured power by possession. To lie upon the greatest treasure in Middle-earth was, to Smaug, proof that he stood above all others. Stories reached him slowly. Merchants boasting beside campfires, travelers describing the endless wealth beneath the lonely mountain. Each tale stirred the ancient greed within him. At first, they were little more than rumors. Then, the stories became impossible to ignore. A kingdom overflowing with gold, vaults beyond counting, jewels unlike any seen elsewhere in the world. The greatest treasure north of Gondor. One autumn morning, shepherds watching distant hills noticed something strange. A dark shape crossed the northern sky. It moved with astonishing speed. At first, they mistook it for a storm cloud. Then sunlight struck great crimson wings. The shape grew larger, larger still. Before long, everyone looking toward the northern horizon understood. A dragon was coming. The bells of Dale began to ring. Messengers raced toward Erebor. Farmers abandoned their fields. Merchants hurried to gather their families. King Thor received the warning within the mountain. No one truly believed the dragon would attack. Not Erebor, not the greatest kingdom of the north. Surely its mighty gates would hold. Surely its warriors could defend their home. Outside, Smaug continued his silent descent. The sunlight disappeared beneath the shadow of his wings. The age of prosperity was ending. And before another sunset, both Dale and Erebor would face the greatest disaster since the fall of Khazad-dûm. The warning reached the mountain too late. By the time the gates of Erebor were closed, Smaug had already descended from the northern sky. His vast wings stirred the air like a violent storm. The people of Dale looked upward in disbelief. Many had heard stories of dragons. Few believed such creatures still walk the world. Now, one blotted out the afternoon sun. For a single heartbeat, the town stood frozen. Then panic swept through its streets. The bells rang without pause. Merchants abandoned their stalls. Children cried as their parents gathered them into trembling arms. Some fled toward the river running. Others raced for the protection of the mountain, believing the great gates of Erebor would shelter them. But no wall built by men could withstand a dragon. Smaug descended upon Dale with terrible speed. His first breath of fire rolled across the rooftops like a crimson wave. Timber houses burst into flame. Market squares disappeared beneath smoke. The proud streets that had echoed with laughter only moments before became filled with fear. The people fought as bravely as they could. Archers loosed countless arrows into the sky. Most glanced harmlessly from the dragon's iron-hard scales. Spears shattered. Stone towers crumbled beneath the force of his passing. Nothing slowed him. The great bells of Dale continued to ring until their towers collapsed into the burning streets. From the high gates of Erebor, the dwarves watched helplessly. They could see the flames spreading through the valley below. They heard the distant cries carried upward by the wind. Many wished to charge down the mountain and defend their friends. King Thor knew such courage would become only sacrifice. No army of dwarves could defeat a full-grown dragon in the open. Instead, gates remained closed. The mountain prepared for siege. When Dale finally lay in ruins, Smaug turned his attention toward Erebor. The enormous gates of the kingdom had resisted invading armies for centuries. They had been built to withstand orcs, to endure earthquakes, to survive the passing of ages. They had never been built to withstand dragonfire. Smaug landed before the entrance. For a long moment, he simply looked upon the mountain. Perhaps he already sensed what lay hidden inside. Perhaps he smelled gold buried deep within the stone. Then he breathed. A river of fire poured across the gates. The heat became unbearable. Iron glowed red. Stone cracked beneath the flames. Ancient doors that generations of dwarves had believed unbreakable slowly gave way. At last, the dragon entered Erebor. The kingdom that had taken centuries to build fell in a single day. Smaug passed through its endless halls as though exploring a palace prepared solely for him. Fire swept across workshops where master craftsmen had labored since childhood. Libraries filled with the history of Durin's folk vanished beneath smoke. Treasures gathered by generations disappeared beneath the dragon's enormous shadow. Many dwarves escaped through hidden passages known only to their people. Others never reached the exits. The deeper halls became filled with flame. Ancient songs ended in silence. King Thror fled with only a handful of loyal companions. He carried no crown, no wagon filled with gold, only his life. Behind him remained the greatest treasure ever gathered beneath the lonely mountain. It belonged to Smaug now. The dragon settled himself upon the vast hoard. Mountains of gold surrounded him. Jewels glittered beneath his scales. The Arkenstone vanished, somewhere within the endless sea of treasure, unseen by every living eye. Outside, survivors gathered upon distant hills. They looked back toward Erebor as smoke drifted from its gates. No songs came from the mountain. No hammer struck an anvil. The kingdom had fallen into a silence as deep as that which had claimed Khazad-dûm centuries before. The surviving people of Dale wandered homeless across the northern lands. Many sought refuge beside Long Lake. Others disappeared into distant villages, carrying little more than memories of the homes they had lost. The dwarves entered another exile. For the second time in their history, Durin's folk had been driven from one of their greatest kingdoms. Years became decades. Decades became generations. The dragon never left. Travelers learned to avoid the lonely mountain entirely. Even birds flew wide around its lonely peak. At night, a faint red glow could sometimes be seen drifting from its gates. People said the dragon slept, but no one dared test whether the stories were true. Among the exiles, one child grew into a young prince. His name was Thorin. He had been only a boy when Erebor fell, yet the memory of fire upon the mountain, the sight of his grandfather leading the survivors into exile, and the silent halls left behind would remain with him for the rest of his life. Many believed the story of Erebor had reached its end, that Smaug would rule the lonely mountain until the ending of the age. But history has a curious way of preserving hope. Far away, in a peaceful land where dragons existed only in old tales, a hobbit was quietly living a life so ordinary that no one could possibly imagine how deeply it would one day become woven into the fate of kings. Nearly 60 years passed after the fall of Erebor. The lonely mountain remained silent. Smoke no longer rose from its workshops. The songs of the dwarves had been replaced by the slow breathing of a sleeping dragon. Smaug lay upon his vast hoard, disturbed by no army and challenged by no king. Many believed nothing would ever change. The people of Dale had built new lives beside the waters of Long Lake. The dwarves wandered from one settlement to another, working as craftsmen wherever honest labor could be found. The memory of Erebor slowly became a story, told beside evening fires. A sorrow passed from fathers to sons. Among those sons was Thorin Oakenshield. He had grown into a proud and determined leader. Years of exile had hardened him. He remembered little of Erebor itself, yet he carried the loss as though he had walked its halls only yesterday. To him, reclaiming the lonely mountain was more than recovering gold. It was about restoring the dignity of Durin's folk. Many dismissed the dream as impossible. How could a handful of wandering dwarves challenge Smaud? The dragon had defeated an entire kingdom. Time had only strengthened his reputation. Thorin understood the difficulty. Still, he refused to surrender hope. Far away, beyond the misty mountains, life followed a very different rhythm. In the gentle hills of the Shire, the greatest concern on most mornings was whether the weather might spoil the gardens. Neatly trimmed hedges bordered winding lanes. Smoke drifted peacefully from round chimneys. The fields glowed green beneath the spring sun. Here lived the hobbits, small in stature, fond of good food, comfortable homes, quiet conversations, and lives almost entirely untouched by the struggles of the wider world. Among them lived Bilbo Baggins. His home stood beneath the hill in Hobbiton, Bag End. Its round green door opened onto a tidy garden where flowers bloomed from early spring until the last warmth of autumn. Bilbo enjoyed routine. Breakfast followed by a walk, tea in the afternoon, a good book beside the fire after supper. Adventure, in his opinion, belonged safely within stories. Then, one morning, someone knocked upon his door. It was Gandalf. The Grey Wizard had not visited Hobbiton for many years. Bilbo remembered him only dimly from childhood, when fireworks had seemed the greatest wonders in the world. Now, the old traveler smiled beneath his broad hat, as though nothing had changed. Their conversation was brief, pleasant, entirely ordinary, or so Bilbo believed. Before leaving, Gandalf quietly scratched a curious mark upon Bilbo's front door. By the following evening, the quiet life of Bag End had disappeared forever. One by one, they arrived, dwarves, not one or two, but 13, each carrying packs, traveling cloaks, and weathered boots stained by long roads. They filled Bilbo's comfortable home with deep laughter, muddy footprints, songs of forgotten kingdoms, and an astonishing appetite. Bilbo scarcely understood what was happening. His carefully prepared supper vanished with alarming speed. Every chair became occupied. Every cupboard seemed to empty itself. Then, after the meal, the singing began. The voices of the dwarves filled the little hobbit hole with melodies unlike anything Bilbo had ever heard. They sang of mountains beneath the moon, of ancient halls, of hammers ringing deep below the earth, of kings who had once ruled beneath stone ceilings brighter than daylight. And finally, they sang of gold, not greedily, but mournfully, as though remembering a home that still waited beyond reach. When the last notes faded into silence, Thorin unrolled an old map upon Bilbo's table. Beside it lay a small key. Both had belonged to his father, Thran. Given into Gandalf's keeping during the old king's final moments beneath Dol Guldur. Together they revealed a forgotten secret entrance into Erebor. Not the great front gate where Smaug now slept. A hidden door, known only to the builders of the mountain. The room fell quiet. Every dwarf understood the risk. Everyone also understood the hope. Then Gandalf looked toward Bilbo. "You," he said gently, "are to be our burglar." Bilbo nearly laughed. Surely there had been some mistake. He had never stolen anything. He had never even traveled beyond the borders of the Shire. He disliked being late for dinner. The thought of dragons was enough to make him lose his appetite entirely. Yet, as the evening grew longer, another feeling quietly stirred beneath his confusion. Curiosity. A small voice whispered that perhaps life held more than gardens and afternoon tea. Perhaps the world beyond the Green Dragon Inn was larger than he had ever imagined. Outside, the stars shone peacefully above the Shire. The hills slept beneath the quiet spring night. Nothing about Hobbiton suggested that history was changing. Yet within the warm walls of Bag End, the journey that would awaken a dragon, restore a kingdom, and unknowingly set the final events of the Third Age into motion, had just begun. At first light, the company departed. There were no cheering crowds, no banners waving farewell, only the quiet lanes of the Shire, still covered in morning dew, as 14 travelers and a single wizard disappeared beyond the last green hill. Bilbo looked back more than once. Bag End was already growing smaller. Its round green door, so familiar only moments before, slowly vanished behind hedges and trees. He could not have known it then, but it would be many months before he saw home again. The road eastward carried them through lands Bilbo had only heard about in stories. Rolling hills gave way to ancient forests. The weather grew colder. The world seemed larger with every passing day. For Thorin and his companions, each mile brought them closer to Erebor. For Bilbo, each mile carried him farther from everything he had ever known. The journey was not easy. Storms swept across the mountains. Trolls nearly ended the adventure before it had truly begun. Deep beneath the misty mountains, the company became separated from one another. It was there, in the darkness beneath the earth, that Bilbo's fate quietly changed forever. Alone among winding tunnels, he stumbled across a small, golden ring, lying unnoticed upon the cold stone floor. It appeared ordinary, simple, almost forgotten. Without thinking, Bilbo slipped it into his pocket. He could not know that he had just picked up the greatest source of both hope and sorrow in the history of Middle-earth. Not far away, another creature searched desperately for the same treasure. His name had once been Smeagol. Now, almost no one remembered that name. Years of solitude beneath the mountains had transformed him into something else. Thin, pale. His great eyes reflected every glimmer of light. His voice echoed strangely through the caverns as he spoke to himself in endless conversation. The ring had been his only companion for nearly 500 years. Now, it was gone. Bilbo met the creature by chance. Neither fully understood the importance of the moment. One sought escape. The other sought what he called his precious. In the darkness, they spoke in riddles. Ancient questions passed quietly between them, while the mountain itself listened. When Bilbo finally discovered the ring's strange ability to make its wearer unseen, he escaped the caverns unnoticed. He could easily have slain Gollum as he fled. The creature crouched helplessly before him. Sword in hand, Bilbo hesitated. Instead of striking, He stepped quietly over him. It was a small act, almost insignificant. Yet Gandalf would later say that the pity shown in that dark tunnel changed the fate of the entire world. The journey continued. The company reached the woodland realm, where King Thranduil ruled beneath the northern trees of Mirkwood. They crossed the dark forest itself, where enormous spiders lurked beneath twisted branches, and every path seemed determined to lead travelers astray. They escaped only through courage, determination, and more than a little luck. At last, after months upon the road, the lonely mountain appeared upon the horizon. Silent, immense, unchanged since the day Smaug had claimed it. Autumn winds swept across its barren slopes. The hidden door described upon Thrain's map remained invisible until the setting sun of Durin's day revealed the faint outline carved into the stone. The small key turned gently within the ancient lock. The secret entrance opened. Darkness greeted them. Bilbo alone entered the mountain. His footsteps echoed softly through empty corridors, where generations of dwarves had once lived and worked. Every hall stood silent. The air carried the scent of old stone and sleeping fire. Then he found the treasure. Gold beyond imagination, jewels scattered like autumn leaves, silver cups, crowns, armor. Coins piled so high that they resembled glittering hills beneath the mountain, and resting upon the greatest hoard of all lay Smaug. The dragon slept peacefully. Each slow breath stirred the treasure beneath him. His crimson scales shimmered faintly in the darkness, his enormous wings folded close against his body. For a long moment, Bilbo simply stared. He had never imagined anything so magnificent, or so terrifying. Gathering every ounce of courage he possessed, the little hobbit crept forward. Among the countless treasures, he noticed a single golden cup lying near the edge of the hoard. He reached out, lifted it gently, then turned to leave. The sound was almost nothing, a single coin shifting beneath another. Yet it was enough. One enormous golden eye opened. Smaug raised his head. The mountain itself seemed to awaken with him. His nostrils flared. He counted the treasure instinctively. One cup was missing. A low growl rolled through the halls like distant thunder. The dragon was awake. Outside, Thorin waited in breathless silence. Inside, Bilbo stood alone before the greatest dragon of the Third Age. And far beyond the lonely mountain, events were already unfolding that would soon draw elves, men, dwarves, eagles, orcs, and even the fate of the One Ring toward a single battlefield beneath the shadow of Erebor. The death of Smaug changed the North forever. For generations, the dragon had ruled the lonely mountain through fear alone. No army had challenged him. No king had dared approach Erebor. Then, in a single autumn evening, the silence was broken. Drawn from his mountain by Bilbo's daring, Smaug descended upon Lake Town in blazing fury. The people of Esgaroth watched in horror as the night itself seemed to burn. Roofs vanished beneath dragonfire. Wooden bridges collapsed into the dark waters below. The lake reflected a sky filled with flame. Yet among the frightened townsfolk stood one man who refused to surrender. Bard, captain of the town guard. Calm even as the world around him fell into ruin. He remembered an old thrush that had spoken to him of a single weak place upon the dragon's breast, one missing scale, one narrow opening where no armor remained. Bard to the black arrow, an heirloom passed down through his family for generations. He whispered a quiet farewell, pulled the bowstring, and released. The arrow crossed the burning night. It struck true. Smaug let out a roar, unlike any heard before in the north. His wings folded. The great dragon twisted once above the lake before crashing into the dark waters below. Steam rose into the cold autumn air. The greatest dragon of the Third Age was dead. News spread across Middle-earth with astonishing speed. Dragon of Erebor had fallen. Almost immediately, hope returned. The survivors of Dale emerged from hiding. The dwarves stepped once more into the halls of Erebor. The mountain, silent for nearly 2 centuries, echoed again with living voices. But joy proved short-lived. The treasure that Smaug had guarded now belonged to no one, or rather, everyone believed it belonged to them. For an Oakenshield claimed it by right of inheritance. Bard sought only the wealth promised long ago to help rebuild the ruined town of Dale. King Thranduil arrived from Mirkwood, wishing to aid his survivors and recover treasures that had once belonged to his people. Pride slowly replaced celebration. The gates of Erebor closed. Old friendships grew strained. Armies gathered beneath the lonely mountain. The world stood upon the edge of another needless war. Then a darker threat appeared. Messengers arrived bearing alarming news. A great host of orcs marched from the misty mountains. Wargs ran beside them. Their banners covered the valleys like gathering storm clouds. They cared nothing for gold. Nothing for old disputes between elves, men, and dwarves. They had come to destroy them all. For a brief moment, every old quarrel suddenly seemed very small. The battle of 5 armies began beneath cold northern skies. Dwarves fought beside men. Elves stood shoulder to shoulder with warriors they had faced only hours before. The eagles descended from the mountains when hope seemed almost lost. Even Bjorn, in his mighty wrath, entered the battle like a living force of nature. The victory came at great cost. Many brave warriors fell. Among them, Thorin Oakenshield, the proud king who had carried the dream of Erebor through years of exile. As he lay dying, Bilbo remained beside him. There, in the quiet after battle, Thorin looked not toward the treasure, but toward his friend. He spoke words that Bilbo would remember for the rest of his life. If more of us valued food and cheer and song above hoarded gold, it would be a merrier world. Soon afterward, the king beneath the mountain closed his eyes. His long journey had ended. Dane Ironfoot became king under the mountain. Ard rebuilt the city of Dale. Peace slowly returned to the north. Yet, almost unnoticed among these great events, Bilbo Baggins quietly returned home. He carried with him no crown, no kingdom, only a weathered sword many memories, and a small golden ring resting safely inside his pocket. He regarded it as little more than a useful souvenir from an extraordinary adventure. No one, not even Gandalf, yet understood that the smallest treasure Bilbo had brought home would one day prove far more dangerous than all the gold of Erebor. For while the North celebrated the return of peace, far away in Mordor, another power had begun searching once more, searching for the ring that had slipped from Isildur's hand nearly 3,000 years before. For many years, Bilbo Baggins lived exactly as he always had. The quiet hills of the Shire changed little. Spring followed winter, harvest followed summer. Neighbors discussed gardens, weather, and birthdays with far greater interest than the affairs of distant kings. Bag End became comfortable once again. The adventure beneath the lonely mountain slowly passed into memory. Only the old sword sting, the coat of mithril, and the little golden ring remained as reminders that Bilbo had once walked far beyond the borders of his peaceful home. To Bilbo, the ring seemed harmless. It made him invisible whenever he slipped it upon his finger, nothing more. He used it now and then for harmless tricks, to avoid unwelcome visitors, to disappear from lengthy conversations, sometimes simply for amusement. Years passed, then decades. Something curious began to happen. Bilbo scarcely seemed to grow older. His face remained lively. His step remained light. Friends quietly remarked that he looked remarkably well for a hobbit approaching old age. Bilbo laughed away such observations. He thought little of them. Yet Gandalf noticed. The Grey Wizard had wandered Middle-earth for centuries. He had watched kingdoms rise and disappear. He had seen the power of the rings before. The change in Bilbo troubled him, not because it was dramatic, but because it was so gradual. The ring preserved. It delayed. It whispered. Never with loud commands, always with quiet influence. Meanwhile, far to the east, another creature wandered the wilderness. Gollum. He had left the misty mountains long ago. Without the ring, the darkness beneath the earth had become unbearable. His only desire was to find his precious once again. He searched riverbanks, old caves, lonely forests. Every rumor sent him farther across Middle-earth. His long journey eventually led him into lands watched by servants of the enemy. There, he was captured. The dungeons of Mordor showed little mercy. Gollum resisted for as long as he could, but pain wears down even the strongest resolve. At last, 2 words escaped his lips. Baggins. Shire. That was all Sauron needed. The Dark Lord had searched for the One Ring since returning to Mordor. For centuries, he possessed no clue where it had vanished after the disaster of the Gladden Fields. Now, at last, he had a trail, a name, a place. Though he did not yet know where the Shire lay, his servants would find it. The Nazgûl were summoned. The 9 ring race, long hidden within Mordor, prepared to ride once more. Their black horses stamped impatiently beneath the towers of Barad-dûr. The Witch King stood at their head. More than 1,000 years had passed since Glorfindel had watched him flee from the fields of Fornost. Now he rode again. Not to conquer kingdoms, not yet, only to hunt. Far away, Gandalf also continued his search for answers. Old doubts concerning Bilbo's ring refused to leave him. He returned to ancient libraries. He questioned Elrond. He searched forgotten scrolls preserved within the archives of Minas Tirith. Among brittle pages written nearly 3,000 years earlier, he found them. The words of Isildur, a careful description of the One Ring, its appearance, its strange nature, and one detail above all others, the fiery writing hidden upon its surface. Only when heeded would the letters appear. Gandalf sat silently for a long time. Memory after memory returned to him. Bilbo's remarkable youth, his reluctance to part with the ring, the strange feeling Gandalf himself had experienced whenever he looked upon it. The pieces slowly came together. His heart grew heavy. He rode north with all the speed his old horse could manage. Back to the Shire. Back to Bag End. He prayed that he had arrived before Sauron's servants. The peaceful hills looked unchanged. Children still laughed beside garden fences. Smoke rose from comfortable hobbit holes. The Green Dragon Inn welcomed travelers, as it always had. No one suspected that the greatest danger in Middle-earth rested quietly inside a hobbit's pocket. No armies marched across the fields. No towers burned. The end of the Third Age would not begin with a battle. It would begin with a knock upon a round, green door, and with an old wizard asking an old friend to let go of the smallest ring either of them had ever seen. The autumn of the Third Age had come. The leaves upon the trees of Eriador had begun to turn from green to gold. Cool winds drifted down from the misty mountains, carrying with them the scent of distant forests preparing for winter. Across Middle-earth, few understood that the long peace was ending, yet the wise could already feel it. The Nazgûl had crossed the Anduin. The servants of Sauron searched every road leading west. The name Baggins had left the dungeons of Mordor. Time had nearly run out. In the quiet land of the Shire, Gandalf returned to Bag End. Bilbo welcomed his old friend warmly, just as he always had. The fire burned brightly. Tea was prepared. For a little while, it seemed as though nothing had changed. Then Gandalf asked to see the ring. Bilbo hesitated, only for a moment, yet that moment spoke louder than words. The cheerful hobbit, who had once freely shared every possession, now clutched the little golden circle as though parting with it would cause him pain. Gandalf watched carefully. He had feared this. The ring did not conquer its bearer in a single day. It worked slowly, patiently, like water shaping stone. At last, Bilbo placed the ring into Gandalf's hand. The wizard carried it to the fire. Without explanation, he dropped it into the glowing coals. Bilbo cried out in alarm. Moments later, Gandalf lifted the ring with a pair of tongs. It remained untouched by the flames. No scratch, no mark. Instead, lines of fiery writing slowly appeared upon its surface. Letters in the black speech, the language of Mordor. There could be no doubt. After nearly 3,000 years, the One Ring had been found. Silence filled the room. The crackling of the fire seemed suddenly very loud. Bilbo stared at the ring with quiet disbelief. The little trinket he had carried home from beneath the misty mountains, the curious souvenir from his adventure, was the very weapon Sauron had poured much of his own power into. Gandalf spoke gently. The burden was too great for Bilbo to continue carrying. The ring must leave the Shire. Before the servants of Sauron arrived, Bilbo listened quietly. Age had finally begun to settle upon him. He looked tired, not only in body, but in spirit. After a long pause, he smiled faintly. "Well," he said softly, "I suppose it belongs to someone else now." With trembling fingers, he laid the ring upon the table. Then, without looking back, Bilbo left Bag End. He departed the Shire one final time, not as an adventurer, but as an old hobbit seeking peace in Rivendell. The burden passed to another, Frodo Baggins, Bilbo's young cousin. He inherited Bag End. The books, the maps, the memories, and the ring. At first, Frodo knew almost nothing of its true nature, only that Gandalf urged him to keep it hidden. Years passed, while the wizard searched desperately for more knowledge. He spoke with Aragorn, the chieftain of the Dúnedain. Together they hunted Gollum across the wilderness. The search lasted many months. At last, they found him wandering near the dead marshes, thin, broken, still whispering to himself. They brought him before King Thranduil in the Woodland Realm. There, Gollum confessed what had happened in Mordor. He had been captured, questioned, broken. The name of the Shire was no longer secret. The hunt had begun. Gandalf wasted no time. He rode with all speed to Hobbiton. Frodo must leave immediately. The ring could not remain where Sauron's servants already searched. Thus began one of the quietest departures in all the history of Middle-earth. No armies gathered, no kings offered farewell. Only 4 hobbits walking east along peaceful country roads. Frodo, Sam, Merry, Pippin. They carried little, a few blankets, food, walking sticks, and hidden safely within Frodo's pocket, the fate of the world. Their road led them through forests and lonely hills. The Black Riders followed close behind. Each passing day brought greater danger, yet help arrived when hope seemed ready to fail. At last, after crossing rivers, ancient roads, and the wild lands once ruled by Arnor, they reached Rivendell, the last homely house. There, beneath peaceful roofs where waterfalls sang through the valley, the greatest council of the Third Age would soon assemble. Elves, dwarves, men, hobbits, and the wise. For the time had finally come to decide the fate of the One Ring. Rivendell had stood hidden among the valleys of the Misty Mountains for nearly 3,000 years. Many who reached its gates believed they had entered another world. The rushing waters of the Bruin flowed gently beneath graceful stone bridges. Autumn leaves drifted through quiet gardens where elves walked beneath ancient trees. Songs echoed softly through the evening air. For a little while, the burdens of the outside world seemed impossibly far away. Yet even Rivendell could not escape the shadow now spreading across Middle-earth. Within the Hall of Fire, the greatest council of the age assembled. Elrond presided over the gathering with the calm wisdom that had guided his people since the fall of Gil-galad. Beside him sat Gandalf. Nearby stood Aragorn, still known to many simply as a ranger of the north. Legolas came from the Woodland Realm, bringing word from his father, King Thranduil. Gimli represented the dwarves of Erebor. Boromir rode north from Gondor after strange dreams had guided him to Rivendell. Even the hobbits, who had never imagined speaking before kings or elf lords, found themselves seated among the greatest leaders of Middle-earth. One by one, they shared their stories, the The fall of Smaug, the return of Sauron, the escape from the Shire, the pursuit of the Black Riders, the long road that had finally brought the ring to Rivendell. When every tale had been told, silence settled over the hall. The one ring rested upon a stone table, small, plain, almost insignificant. No one looking upon it would imagine that kingdoms had risen and fallen because of that single circle of gold. The council debated long into the day. Some spoke of hiding the ring. Others wondered whether it might be sent across the sea. Boromir questioned why such a powerful weapon should not be used against Sauron himself. After all, had the enemy not forged it for conquest? Could it not now become the instrument of his defeat? Elrond answered gently. The ring possessed only one true master. Every attempt to wield it would ultimately strengthen Sauron rather than oppose him. Even the wisest among them would eventually become servants of its will. There was only one path remaining. The ring must be destroyed. Not hidden, not guarded. Destroyed forever. Only one place could accomplish such a task. The fires of Orodruin. Mount Doom itself. The mountain where the ring had first been forged. The room grew quiet once more. Every soul present understood what such a journey demanded. To carry the ring into Mordor seemed impossible. To enter the Dark Lord's own land willingly was almost beyond imagination. Then, from the far end of the hall, a quiet voice broke the silence. "I will take the ring." Every head turned. Frodo stood where he had been sitting only moments before. His hands trembled slightly. His face revealed both fear and determination. "I will take the ring, though I do not know the way." No great speech followed. No applause echoed through the chamber. Only Elrond looked upon the young hobbit with profound kindness. "I think that this task is appointed for you, Frodo." One by one, others rose to stand beside him. Gandalf, Aragorn, Legolas, Gimli, Boromir, Samwise Gamgee, Meriadoc Brandybuck, Peregrine Took. 9 companions, chosen not because they were the mightiest warriors in Middle-earth, but because together they represented the free peoples who still refused to bow before darkness. Thus, the Fellowship of the Ring was formed. Their departure from Rivendell came quietly. There were no crowds lining the roads, only the soft murmur of the Bruinen beside them as they crossed the last bridge and entered the wilderness. Winter had begun to descend upon the mountains. Snow gathered upon the high peaks. Their first attempt to cross Caradhras ended in failure as storms drove them back. The mountain itself seemed unwilling to grant them passage. Reluctantly, Gandalf proposed another road, older, darker, one long avoided, the mines of Moria. Many hesitated. Gimli alone spoke with hope. Surely Bilin's colony still prospered beneath the mountain. Surely his kinsmen would welcome them with warm fires and joyful songs. None of them yet knew the truth. The gates opened. The Fellowship stepped into the darkness. Their footsteps echoed through halls, once filled with the music of dwarven hammers. Now, only silence answered them. Far beneath their feet, something ancient stirred once more. Doran's Bane had slept for centuries. Its long solitude was about to end. The silence of Moria did not last. For many long miles, the Fellowship walked beneath endless halls, where no living dwarf remained. Broken stairways vanished into darkness. Great pillars still stood with quiet dignity, despite the passing of centuries. Here and there, crystal lamps lay shattered upon the floor, their light extinguished long ago. The kingdom of Durin had become a monument to memory. Gimli walked with mixed emotions. Every chamber reminded him of stories told by his father and grandfather. He imagined the sound of hammers that had once echoed through these halls, the laughter of children, the songs of miners returning from their work. Now only dust answered his footsteps. Then they reached the chamber of Mazarbul. There, beside the tomb of Balin, Gandalf discovered a weathered book. Many pages had been stained by age and fire. Others had been torn away. Yet, enough remained to tell the final story. Balin had indeed returned to Moria. For a few years, his colony had flourished. Hope had briefly returned beneath the mountain. Then the orcs came. The last entries grew hurried. The writing became uneven. One final sentence remained unfinished. They are coming. The room fell silent. No one spoke. The fate of Balin's people needed no further explanation. Moments later, the silence was broken. Drums, deep beneath the mountain. Slow at first, then louder, nearer. The sound echoed through every hall. Gimli tightened his grip upon his axe. Legolas reached for another arrow. Boromir lifted his great shield. The drums did not stop. From the darkness came orcs. Then more. The Fellowship fought desperately through the narrow chamber. Steel rang against steel. Arrows flew. The tomb of Balin became a battlefield. Yet, even as they fought, Gandalf listened to something beyond the clash of weapons. Another sound. A heavy footstep, far larger than any orc. Then, fire appeared. At the far end of the bridge stood a towering shadow, wrapped in living flame. The Balrog had awakened. Thousands of years had passed since it slew King Durin VI. Now it walked once more through the halls of Khazad-dûm. The Fellowship fled toward the bridge of Khazad-dûm. Behind them followed orcs too frightened to approach the Balrog closely. Even they feared the ancient terror. The bridge stretched across a chasm so deep that its bottom disappeared into darkness. One by one, the companions crossed. Only Gandalf remained behind. He stood upon the narrow stone bridge, leaning upon his staff. The Balrog approached without haste. Fire rolled around its massive form. Its whip cracked through the smoky air. For a brief moment, light and shadow faced one another. Gandalf raised his staff. "You cannot pass." His voice echoed through the ancient halls. The Balrog continued. "I am a servant of the secret fire, wielder of the flame of Arnor." The bridge trembled beneath the creature's weight. "The dark fire will not avail you." Still, it came. Then Gandalf struck the bridge with his staff. The stone cracked. A great section collapsed beneath the Balrog. With a terrible roar, the creature fell into the abyss below. The Fellowship turned in relief. Then, the fiery whip lashed upward. It wrapped around Gandalf's legs. For a single heartbeat, he stood upon the edge. Then he, too, disappeared into the darkness. "Fly, you fools," his final words echoed upward from the abyss. Silence followed. The Fellowship stood frozen. No one wished to believe what had happened, yet there was no time for grief. The orcs still pursued them. Aragorn gathered the companions and led them from the east gate of Moria. Outside, sunlight greeted them once again. Fresh air filled their lungs. The world remained beautiful, but it no longer felt the same. They had entered Moria as 9 companions. They left as 8. Their guide, their friend, the Grey Pilgrim, was gone. The Fellowship sought refuge in Lorien, where Galadriel welcomed them with kindness and quiet understanding. There they rested, there they mourned, and there they found the strength to continue. For the quest had not ended. The ring still had to reach Mordor, no matter the cost, no matter who had already fallen. The road now led south, along the great river Anduin, toward a place where the Fellowship itself would face its final trial. Not from Sauron, not from orcs, but from the growing power of the ring. The Fellowship never gathered again. When they departed from Lorien, each still hoped that somehow they might reach Mordor together. But the ring had begun to test every heart, even the strongest among them. As the boats drifted down the great river Anduin, silence often replaced conversation. The river flowed steadily southward, carrying them closer to the shadow. Its waters reflected gray skies above, while the eastern bank seemed darker with every passing mile. Aragorn watched Boromir carefully. The son of Denethor had grown increasingly troubled. His thoughts returned again and again to Gondor. His people stood upon the front line against Mordor. Every day they fought, while other kingdoms remained far away. To Boromir, the ring no longer seemed only a danger. It began to resemble hope, a weapon powerful enough to save his homeland. At Amon Hen, the Fellowship rested beneath the ancient hill, once used by the kings of old. There Frodo wandered alone, burdened by doubt. He knew that every step placed his friends in greater danger. The ring desired company. It wished to be claimed, to be used. Boromir found him there. His voice remained calm at first. He pleaded, surely Gondor could wield the ring against Sauron. Surely such power should not simply be thrown away. Frodo refused. Desperation overcame wisdom. For a brief, terrible moment, Boromir reached for the ring by force. Frodo slipped it upon his finger and vanished. Hidden from sight, he fled into the forest. When Boromir's mind cleared, horror replaced ambition. He realized what the ring had nearly made him become. He wept, alone beneath the trees. The Fellowship had broken. Frodo quietly reached his decision. The journey into Mordor had become too dangerous for anyone else to share. He would continue alone. Yet, one companion refused to let him bear the burden by himself. Samwise Gamgee ran into the river after Frodo's departing boat. Though he could scarcely swim, he cared little for his own safety. He would sooner drown than abandon his friend. Frodo pulled him aboard. Together, the two hobbits crossed the Anduin. Alone, behind them, the remaining members of the Fellowship faced another battle. Orcs from Isengard descended upon Amon Hen. Boromir defended Merry and Pippin until his strength finally failed. Pierced by many arrows, he remained standing for as long as he could. When Aragorn found him, the great captain's life was already fading. Boromir spoke not of victory, not of glory, only of regret. He asked forgiveness. Aragorn gave it freely. The son of Denethor died with honor restored. His body was laid within one of the elven boats. The current of the Anduin carried him gently southward, toward the kingdom he had loved, until his final breath. The War of the Ring had truly begun. Across Middle-earth, every kingdom answered in its own way. Rohan rode to war beneath the banner of King Theoden. The riders thundered across the plains like the wind itself, answering Gondor's desperate call. Helm's Deep, they stood against overwhelming numbers. Ancient walls shook beneath the assault of Saruman's armies, yet they did not fall. Far to the east, Minas Tirith prepared for siege. The White City stood proud upon its 7 levels, waiting beneath gathering clouds. Soon the greatest army Mordor had ever assembled appeared upon the Pelennor fields. Orcs, Haradrim, Easterlings, trolls, the earth trembled beneath their march. Then came the Lord of the Nazgul, the same Witch King who had destroyed Arnor, who had fled from Glorfindel at Fornost, who had carried terror across Middle-earth for more than 1,000 years. For the gates of Minas Tirith, he believed no power remained that could oppose him. Yet prophecy remembers, as the battle reached its darkest hour, Eowyn of Rohan stood before him. Beside her remained Merry, a hobbit few enemies had even noticed. Together, they accomplished what no king or mighty captain ever could. The Witch King fell, not by the hand of man, just as Glorfindel had foretold more than a millennium before. Far away, while armies fought for kingdoms, 2 small hobbits continued toward Mount Doom. Every step became harder. The ring grew heavier. Its burden pressed not only upon Frodo's body, but upon his spirit. At the very edge of the crack of doom, Frodo stood where Isildur should once have stood. For a brief moment, he could go no farther. The ring is mine. Its power had finally claimed him, but another will had followed him into the darkness. Gollum, driven by centuries of longing, he leapt upon Frodo. The two struggled beside the fire. At last, Gollum seized the ring. Laughing with terrible joy, he danced upon the edge of the abyss. Then he slipped. The ring fell with him into the fires where it had first been made. In a single instant, everything changed. Barad-dûr collapsed. The Eye of Sauron vanished. The Nazgul perished. The armies of Mordor lost all purpose and fled in terror. Nearly 3,000 years after Isildur refused to destroy the ring, the burden was finally ended. The Third Age had reached its final victory, yet its greatest farewell still remained. The fall of Sauron did not end with celebration, not at first. For a long moment, those who stood before the Black Gate simply watched. The great armies of Mordor had stopped. Weapons fell from trembling hands. Orcs fled in every direction. The earth itself seemed to sigh. as though a burden carried for thousands of years had finally been lifted. Far away above the black plains of Gorgoroth, Barad-dûr began to crumble. The foundations that had endured since the Second Age could no longer bear the weight of the Dark Lord's will. Tower after tower collapsed into clouds of ash. The Dark Tower fell, and with it, the power that had haunted Middle-earth for nearly 6,000 years. For those who had fought at the Black Gate, victory came quietly. Many sank to their knees. Others embraced companions they had expected never to see again. Some simply looked toward Mount Doom in silence. They knew who had truly won the war. Not kings, not great captains. Two hobbits, Frodo and Sam, were carried from the slopes of Orodruin by the great eagles. When they awoke in Ithilien, sunlight poured gently through open windows. The air smelled of fresh grass instead of smoke. Birds sang where only days before ash had covered the land. For the first time in many months, neither hobbit carried a burden heavier than his own thoughts. Their long journey had ended. Soon afterward, the leaders of the free peoples gathered in Minas Tirith. The White City had survived. Its walls still gleamed beneath the spring sun. The banners of Gondor fluttered once more above the highest towers. Yet, everyone knew the kingdom had gained more than victory. It had found its king, Aragorn, son of Arathorn, the last chieftain of the Dúnedain, the Hin heir of Isildur, the descendant of Elendil himself. For generations, his ancestors had wandered the wilderness as rangers, protecting lands that scarcely remembered their names. Now, the line of kings returned at last. His coronation was unlike any before it. The people filled the streets of Minas Tirith from the lowest gate to the citadel. White flowers covered balconies. Trumpets echoed across the city. Old men who had believed the line of kings forever broken openly wept when Aragorn accepted the crown of Gondor. He did not do so as a conqueror. He accepted it as a servant, a guardian. A king who had spent much of his life sleeping beneath the stars beside ordinary travelers rather than within royal halls. His first acts reflected that spirit. The kingdoms of Arnor and Gondor, divided since the death of Elendil's sons, were reunited after nearly 3,000 years. The dream of the faithful was finally restored. The white tree bloomed again within the court of the fountain. Its young leaves shimmered in the spring light, reminding all who saw them that hope can return even after the longest winter. Peace spread slowly across Middle-earth. The roads became safe once more. Trade returned. Families rebuilt homes destroyed by war. In the north, the empty lands of Arnor were no longer entirely forgotten. The king rode again through Fornost. He visited Anu Minas beside Lake Nenúil. Though the ancient capital would never again become the greatest city of the north, its halls welcomed life once more. The long watch of the rangers had finally ended. They were rangers no longer. They were once again the people of the king. The hobbits eventually returned to the Shire. The journey home felt strangely unfamiliar. They had left as carefree companions. They returned as people forever changed. Yet they soon discovered that even the peaceful Shire had not escaped the troubles of the wider world. While they had journeyed through Middle-earth, another shadow had quietly settled over their homeland. Saruman, once the head of the White Council, had fallen further than anyone had imagined possible. Stripped of his power, he sought revenge not against kings, but against the smallest people in Middle-earth. The hobbits did not flee. They did not wait for Aragorn to save them. Led by Merry, Pippin, Sam, and Frodo, they reclaimed the Shire themselves. It was a quiet reminder of everything Gandalf had long believed. Courage does not belong only to great warriors. Sometimes it grows best in peaceful gardens. When the last shadow departed, Bag End welcomed its master home once again. The fields turned green. The party tree, though scarred, would one day grow again. Children laughed beneath the same hills where Frodo had once dreamed of adventure. The world seemed healed, but not every wound could be seen. Though Sauron had fallen, though Aragorn now ruled the reunited kingdom, one final chapter of the Third Age still remained, for victory had come at a price. The Age of Elves was ending. The ring-bearers had completed their task. Soon, the Grey Havens would welcome one last company, and Middle-earth would quietly bid farewell to its oldest guardians. The War of the Ring was over. The crowns of men had been restored. The white tree bloomed once again in the courts of Minas Tirith. The roads were safe. The fires of Mordor had grown cold. For many, it seemed that a new age had begun, and it had. But every new age begins with a farewell. The victory over Sauron had not simply ended a war. It had ended an entire chapter in the history of the world. For thousands of years, the elves had preserved much of the beauty that still remained in Middle-earth. Rivendell had endured through the rise and fall of kingdoms. Lorien had remained untouched by time. The Grey Havens had watched every ship that sailed west since the Elder Days. Much of that preservation had been possible because of the Three Rings: Narya, Nenya, Velia. Unlike the One Ring, they had never been forged for domination. They preserved, they healed, they protected against the slow wearing of time. Yet, they had always been bound, in some measure, to the fate of the One. When the ring perished in the fires of Mount Doom, their power began to fade. The change did not happen in a single day. The waterfalls of Rivendell still sparkled beneath the morning sun. The golden leaves of Lorien still whispered softly in the wind. But those who had lived there for centuries noticed the difference. The timeless beauty that had endured for ages was slowly becoming part of memory. Elrond understood before anyone spoke of it. He had lived in Middle-earth since the First Age. He had witnessed the fall of Beleriand, the rise of Numenor, the last alliance, the kingdoms of Arnor and Gondor. Now he watched another age quietly drawing to its close. His daughter, Arwen, had chosen a different path. Out of love for Aragorn, she had accepted the gift of men. She would remain in Middle-earth. She would become queen of the reunited kingdom. Elrond would not. Father and daughter embraced for what both knew would be the last time. There were no dramatic speeches, only quiet understanding. Some farewells are too deep for words. Galadriel also prepared to depart. For thousands of years, she had guarded Lorien. Its silver trees had reflected her wisdom and her strength. Now the Lady of the Golden Wood laid aside the burden she had carried for an age. The forests would remain, the rivers would still flow, but Lorien would slowly become an ordinary woodland, beautiful still, yet no longer touched by the ancient enchantment that had preserved it through the centuries. In Rivendell, Bilbo had grown very old. The years that the ring had once held back now rested gently upon him. His hands trembled, his steps had become slow, yet his eyes still brightened whenever old friends entered the room. Beside him sat Frodo. Though much younger, Frodo carried wounds that no healer could fully mend. The wound from the Morgul blade, the sting of Shelob, the burden of the ring. Some hurts, Elrond knew, belonged not to the body, but to the heart. Middle-earth had been saved, but Frodo could never entirely return to the life he had once known. And so, one autumn morning, a small company rode west. They traveled quietly through lands now at peace, across the restored kingdom of Arnor, past weathered watchtowers where rangers had once kept lonely vigil, through forests whose leaves glowed gold beneath the fading sun. At last, they reached the Grey Havens. Círdan the shipwright waited upon the white shores, just as he had when the Istari first arrived, more than 2,000 years before. A white ship rested beside the harbor. Its sails stirred gently in the sea breeze. No crowd had gathered, only old friends. Gandalf stood beside the water. The task entrusted to him by the Valar was complete. He had not defeated Sauron by overwhelming strength. He had done so by awakening courage in others, in hobbits, in rangers, in kings, in ordinary people who had chosen hope instead of despair. Bilbo climbed aboard first, then Frodo, the other ring-bearer, whose journey had carried a burden no one else could fully understand. Elrond followed. Galadriel stepped quietly onto the deck. At last, Gandalf turned toward those remaining upon the shore. Samwise Gamgee stood silently, tears filling his eyes. He had carried the ring for only a brief time, yet he, too, had earned the right to sail one day. Not today. His own story still had chapters left to write. Frodo smiled gently. No long farewell was needed. Some friendships remain unbroken, even across the sea. The ropes were released. The white ship drifted slowly from the harbor. The sea stretched endlessly before it. The evening sun painted the western sky with gold and crimson. Those upon the shore watched until the vessel became only a small white shape upon the horizon. Then it was gone. The Fourth Age had begun. It would belong to men, the kingdoms of Aragorn, the rebuilding of cities, the passing of old legends into history. The elves would remain for a little while longer. Some would linger in quiet valleys and hidden forests. But with each passing year, more ships would sail west. The ancient magic of Middle-earth would slowly fade. Yet perhaps that is why these stories continue to endure. Not because they tell us of perfect worlds, but because they remind us that even the greatest kingdoms pass. The brightest lights eventually dim. The mightiest heroes one day lay down their burdens, and still hope survives. It passes quietly from one age to the next, from king to ranger. From wizard to hobbit, from ancient legend to those willing to remember. And so ends the history of the Third Age of Middle-earth, not with the roar of battle, but with the gentle sound of a white ship sailing into the west.